Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate.
The question is that grievances be noted. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In July this year, the Minister for Social Services published a media release stating the Albanese Labor government is boosting food relief and financial wellbeing support funding by 25% to help ease the cost of living pressures for 500,000 Australians. The Minister reported that funding specifically for food relief had been doubled. 2 charities in my electorate of Mallee, the Horsham Christian Emergency Food Centre, or the CEFC, and the Stall Interchurch Council have been providing emergency food relief for many, many years, supported by the Department of Social Services funding, and they have been in contact with me because they were shocked to discover that their funding that sustains their essential charitable work will cease as of September. The Horsham CEFC received $82,011, a DSS grant, in the 2024-25 financial year. They received DSS funding to deliver essential services to people in dire need in the Werewa, as they have done for many years. The Horsham CEFC have a fabulous record for their charitable service delivery. During the 2024-25 financial year, with the assistance of the DSS funding, CEFC provided 3,078 client contacts and a total of $527,000 in client support. They are staffed almost entirely by 70 volunteers who work on a roster contributing almost 300 volunteer hours per week. This long-serving, locally embedded community organisation has been providing essential emergency assistance to people in need for the past 27 years. They are the major provider of food relief and other support in the Wimmera region. I have been delighted to visit them on site many times in my terms of Parliament. They are an incredible credit to their community. Despite their laudable record, the Albanese government has ripped away $82,000 in emergency relief grant funding this Christian food charity has relied on for many years. As if that wasn't enough for a small charity to navigate, funding to their partner organisation, Uniting Vic Tasmania, has also been dramatically reduced by 80%, which means reimbursement provided by them is likely to be cut, leaving the CEFC with a huge hole in their budget. The Horsham Christian Emergency Food Centre has been kept in the dark about the Albanese government's decision-making process. Worse still, this volunteer-run charity has been left to chase up other organisations to try and find out where the money is flowing, if at all, and why they have been left out. What the CEFC does know is that the Albanese government has funded 5 organisations in Victoria's northwest. And I must remind you, Deputy Speaker, this is 83,500 square kilometres. It is a vast electorate. One Aboriginal organisation has been newly funded, and this will meet pressing need in the local Indigenous community in Horsham. None of the other organisations currently provide emergency food relief in Horsham directly. The reduction in funds provided to Uniting Vic Tas is also significant because of the broader flow-on effects. The Albanese government's food charity cuts have resulted in Stawell Interchurch Council, or SIC, being defunded altogether. A charity that has provided emergency food relief in Stawell and the surrounding region since 1970. Get your head around that. 55 years of service to their community. And I note the Interchurch Council are the only provider of non-perishable food in the local area. The SIC have received DSS funding, I'll say that again, DSS funding grant since 2001 indirectly via the Uniting Vic Tas organisation since 2015. But Uniting Vic Tas has told them that their funds have been cut, as I said, by 80%. Mary Rita, the Secretary and Public Officer of the Stawell Interchurch Council, wrote to me, and I quote, she says, "We are the sole providers of funding emergency food relief in Stawell and the region, and I find it inconceivable that DSS means for those in need in our area to be unable to access that help." In the 2024-25 financial year, the SIC received a total of $48,500 indirectly from DSS, assisting 292 households and 661 individuals. 209 of them were living with a disability, 147 were 17 years old or younger, 132 were Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander. Their total spend on groceries and food vouchers was $63,000, considerably larger than their government funding. Once again, far from being rewarded for their charitable work, the Stawell Interchurch Council has been informed by Uniting Vic Tas that their sole source of funding will cease as of September this month, due to Uniting's own funding constraints. In her media release, Minister Plibersek said no one should be faced with a choice between putting food on the table or paying their bills. It reminds me of the Prime Minister's mantra, nobody held back, nobody left behind. Yet both of these local Mallee organisations report increasing need for emergency food services over the last few years. We shouldn't be surprised by that. The CEFC has met record demand in 2023-24 and 24-25 financial years. This is how the Albanese Labor government's cost of living crisis plays out in reality on the ground in the regions. Record numbers of people seeking emergency relief to feed their families, and a government who callously pulls funding from local organisations who are scrambling to meet this need, despite Labor spruiking a doubling of funding at a national level. People in the Wimmera and Mallee struggling to make ends meet are now at even greater risk of not being able to put food on the table because funding has been mercilessly stripped from the Horsham Christian Emergency Food Centre and the Stawell Interchurch Council. The questions remain. Has Labor stripped emergency food relief funding entirely from the northwest region of Victoria, or has it somehow been shifted to a larger organisation based in a regional city or a major city, or a combination of the two? The lack of transparency is hard to accept. The Nationals have a strong belief in prioritising local organisations to deliver government-funded programs. Local organisations have local relationships and history. They utilise and build local capacity. They provide local jobs and local opportunities for volunteering, all of which builds local social capital. We want to foster local enterprise, innovation and community service. Government funding should always be offered to local organisations first, especially when they are already doing the work and have been for decades. My concern is not just that this decision is about prioritising larger centralised organisations over smaller local ones, but also that Labor fails to see the needs of people in the regions, and in my case, the northwest of Victoria. This is a pattern of behaviour that continues to play out under the Albanese government. The neglect of rural, regional and remote populations, the failure to look outside of big cities and regional centres to see what is actually happening and act and respond accordingly. Essentially, it is a dismissal of the regional people. As I repeatedly say, Labor are raiding regions to buy votes in capital cities. Nowhere is this playing out more clearly than in the race to net zero and the federal and state Labor government's reckless renewable rollout. I won't stand for that. Mallee farmers won't stand for that. And as they showed in Ballarat on Friday at the Bush Summit, the Nationals won't stand for that. I will continue to fight hard in this place for the needs of my Mallee constituents.
Thank the member for Mallee, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate you on this role.
Thank you.
Today, I speak about Tasmania's literacy challenges. Data shows us that Tasmanians are up to and around 50% illiterate. Now, what that means is that they're working below level 3 literacy skills, and that's a functional benchmark. What that means for your day-to-day life is that reading signage, engaging with any form of government forms or business, in the supermarket, reading maps, that is a real challenge for over 50% of Tasmanians, 1 in 2, and that is an outrageous statistic. Our school completion rates are some of the lowest in the nation. Now, part of that is that we are hoping to get more students into apprenticeships early, and that is a really positive thing. However, most of those students who are not going on to Year 12 are not going into apprenticeships. They are leaving the school system, particularly because they do struggle with their reading. Our share of kids who are determined as being on track by the AEDC fell from 80.6% in 2009 to 77% in 2021. That's a shocking statistic. That has, since 2021, started to come back, but we are nowhere near on par with the rest of the nation. We have too many adults who cannot confidently tackle everyday reading. Too many kids are starting school already behind, and far too few are finishing school. That's impacting Tasmania's productivity and well-being today and tomorrow and into the future. Today, I'm going to investigate a little bit of how we got here and what we can do next. For years, the Tasmanian government focused on a balanced literacy approach. Traditionally, we like balance. Balance is a positive thing. When we talk about balanced literacy, what it actually means is that we were teaching children to guess. We'd look at the word, look at the shape, what do you think it might look like? Look at the picture, that will help you. Now that is not, and very clearly evidence shows now, an appropriate way to teach reading. And this is a direct impact, or a direct reason of why 50% of Tasmanians now face illiteracy. Synthetic phonics is an approach that has now shown consistently positive impact. Synthetic phonics is when we explicitly and systematically teach the letter-sound correspondence. This is a very much a key approach that, thankfully, the Tasmanian government has started to look at, but far too late. More broadly, we require that explicit instruction. We need to have clear modelling, we need to show guided practice, and we need to lead that into independent practice. Now, many teachers these days struggle to get to the end of this system. They struggle to get kids working independently due to constantly time pressures. Those time pressures are very, very hard on teachers. Our curriculum is very wide, and sometimes it's very hard to get through it all, where students can actually work independently. Now, we know that there are changes happening, and I am pleased to say that the Tasmanian government schools have started implementing evidence-based reading, which is fantastic, particularly using a multi-tiered systemic approach. There has been training for teachers available, which has been through Deakin University and UTAS, which is a good start. We also have a bit of a systematic plan running from 2024 to 2026, and I was very pleased to be a part of those initial trials. For our adults, we have the wonderful company 2610, and they're continuing their statewide advocacy for adult literacy training and for numeracy as well. This is a crucial lever, and they're doing some fantastic work. Our Albanese Labor government, I'm also proud to say, is also putting record funding into schools where it is much, much needed. And then there's the support from charities as well. If we look globally and we see other areas where literacy has been a challenge in previous years, we can see the impact of Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Now, I'm not sure if anyone here has heard of it, but it is an incredible program with excellent results being done. The evidence from this program is that children are more school ready by the time they reach kindergarten or prep. An Australian longitudinal study showed that families who engaged with Dolly Parton's Imagination Library showed that that those children who are reading daily now are 5 times more likely to still be reading daily in future years. There's a huge impact. We know, particularly in Australia, that we need this, and we're very, very grateful to a company called Rosie's Reading in Tasmania. They're just getting started, and they're planning on rolling out in 2 suburbs across Tasmania. Both of them, I'm very grateful to say, are in Bass, in some of our most needed communities. This charity is working towards providing 1 book each month from birth up until 5 years of age for every child born within these 2 suburbs. What an incredible gift for those families. But what can parents do? We've talked about governments, we've talked about schools. There is a responsibility here on parents. And so I beg to parents, read aloud to your child every single day. We know that shared book reading has very, very positive effects on children's language. It has positive impacts on the quality of their interaction. It helps them understand the meaning of more words. And it helps them understand and share their ideas and share what they need. We need to talk together, and we need to help build vocabulary. Now, we talk about vocabulary, but very few people actually understand how important this is. Vocabulary size is a strong prediction for reading comprehension, but it's also a long-term indicator of academic or vocational success. We need to make sure that all children have a broad vocab. This means that they can share their feelings. It means that they can actually engage in debate. We know, particularly here in this place, that vocabulary is a very important thing. We need to be able to share our constituents' needs. We know that evidence-based teaching and family engagement will absolutely boost our outcomes for children moving forward. And so I often have parents ask me, where do I start? How do I help my child gain these skills, gain this love of reading, and gain that critical vocabulary? And I say to parents, start with the books that you loved. The books that you loved as a child. Spot was one of my favourites. Room on the Broom, a fantastic text. It's fun, it's engaging, it has rhyme, it has rhythm. And make that a ritual. 10 to 15 minutes before bed each night not only gives you that time with your child one-on-one, but it also makes a lifetime impact on what they can do for their future. Talk about new words. Pick out 2 or 3 new words from every text that you read with your child. Explain what they mean. Use them at breakfast the next day. That is critical. Our libraries are incredible places and so underutilised, I think, particularly for Bass. You walk in there, it is safe, it is quiet, it is calm, and there are so many stories and so many adventures that you can pick up off each shelf. Read aloud to your child. Deputy Speaker, if we can help parents to read aloud every day, if we can promote that in this place with our reach and what we do here, we can help children to enjoy reading from the very earliest years. We can help them enjoy it at home, in early learning, and with evidence-based teaching in every classroom. And I'm very excited to say that that will help Tasmania to be a stronger, much more capable, and a society who can advocate on their own behalf. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Bass, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mental health has been one of those issues that has been one of the 4 pillars that I have staked my parliamentary career on. It's very, very important to me because I know it's important to the people of Fisher. I know it's important to almost every Australian. Around 8 Australians take their own lives each and every single day. And for every person that takes their own life, 30 attempt it. Those statistics are chilling, and they impact on so many people. When one person decides to take their own life or try, the knock-on effect for friends and family and co-workers is unbelievably devastating. It impacts at least directly, putting aside friends, family, co-workers, it impacts on 240 people every day, and that's just those who are seeking to take their own lives. I'm proud to say that I am the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Mental Health, and at every opportunity in the last 9 years I've come into this place or the chamber or in public speaking and have taken the opportunity to speak about the prevalence of mental health and how we care for those people and their families. This is not going to be a beat up on the government because this has been a very long journey that I have walked for many, many years. But governments, federal, of all persuasions, state, just do not do enough. I've said before this government, and having said that, I've said before this government does not get mental health, and I mean it. They don't understand the pressure faced by millions of Australians, their families and their loved ones. I believe that this government doesn't get the impact of mental health on Australia as a whole, our economy, our productivity and all aspects of our lives. Nearly half of all Australians will experience mental illness in their lifetime, and at least 1 in 5 experience some form of mental illness in any given year. Just think about those figures. Nearly half of all Australians will experience mental illness in their lifetime. We should never forget that the first thing the current government did when it came to power was to cut the number of Medicare subsidised psychologist visits from 20 down to 10 for a period over a year. This increase of 20 visits was introduced by the Coalition during the COVID-19 era, and the decision by this government to remove it was an indication that they simply do not understand the huge impact of mental health on everyday Australians. As Suicide Prevention Australia CEO Niamh Murray said at the time, the decision was very concerning when distress within the community was high. As she said, and I quote, "The decision to remove extra mental health supports at a time when interest rates are rising, housing pressure is growing and distress is high is baffling and very concerning." The decision had an immediate impact when, during the continuing cost of living crisis, many Australians were forced to compromise their mental health care and even postpone critical mental health care. From opposition, we've been leading the way on mental health, and I'm proud of what we have achieved, especially in my own seat of Fisher. Now, many of the things that I'm about to talk about were things that and programs that we were able to achieve whilst we were in government. Since my election in 2016, with the support of the then Coalition federal government, I want to send a shout out to the best health minister this country has ever seen, and that was Greg Hunt, the member for Flinders. The Sunshine Coast has become a true leader in mental health research and treatment. The then Coalition federal government funded more than $30 million worth of cutting-edge mental health projects on the Sunshine Coast, including $8.3 million for a national PTSD centre managed by the USC Thompson Institute, $11.8 million for research and treatment programs into dementia, youth mental health and suicide at the Mind and Neuroscience Centre at the Thompson Institute, $7.3 million for construction and continued operation of Australia's first residential eating disorder facility in my hometown of Mallee Valley. We put $3.2 million towards an Australian first eating disorder treatment trial delivered through the Sunshine Coast Primary Health Network. We funded a brand new health headspace in Caloundra to tackle youth mental health. Further funding for the Nurture Festival, which is on again this weekend. The Nurture Festival connects young people and their families with local mental health support services. This is in addition to the $53 million out of the Liberal National Government's record $1.45 billion in funding for community mental health services in our then last budget. $53 million were allocated to the Sunshine Coast Primary Health Network. I'm also co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Eating Disorders, again an issue of huge and growing importance in our society. As co-chair, I can say we have quite a lot planned for this year. And I'm especially proud of the Coalition Government's decision to provide $3.2 million in an Australian first pilot project to improve the treatment of care of people with eating disorders in Fisher. It was based on the building of Australia's first residential eating disorder facility that Greg Hunt and I worked together to secure around $70 million to roll out one of those residential eating disorder facilities in every state in this country. Through the Butterfly Foundation, $1.4 million was provided to run a pilot project on the Sunshine Coast. The national pilot was supporting over 240 patients and trialling new ways to support people with eating disorders, which will ultimately inform future support for patients around Australia. I want to send a big shout out to Mark and Gay Forbes from NDD, who were the masterminds, the masterminds of the building of Australia's first residential eating disorder facility. They've moved on from Wandi Nerida and Butterfly, and have now created their own purpose-built step up, step down facility, which I was again at just on Friday. Mark and Gay Forbes are amazing Australians who have given so much to our local community. They've won all sorts of citizenship prizes, but no prize can really reflect the amount of time, blood, sweat and tears and money that Mark and Gay Forbes have put into caring for Australians with eating disorders. Madam Deputy Speaker, eating disorders are an insidious disease which impacts on not exclusively but particularly young people, young Australians, but particularly young women. The advent of social media has seen an explosion of eating disorders in our community, and the member for Flinders and I have worked together very, very hard on social media issues. She's done a terrific job, but we've just got to be able to get kids off devices, where kids are constantly bombarded with images of, the perfect body that are almost entirely unattainable. Whether you're a young boy, the social media platforms are constantly pumping images of six-packs to young boys and the so-called perfect body for young women. It is incredibly sad that the age of people who are suffering from eating disorders just gets younger and younger and younger. And what most people don't realise, that more Australians die of eating disorders in this country than people who are killed on our roads. More Australians die from eating disorders than are killed on our roads. We have to do better. We have to do better in relation to the care of people with mental health problems right across the board, and in particular in relation to eating disorders.
I thank the member and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I support the motion that grievances be noted. And, Deputy Speaker, I do have a grievance. And it's a grievance that I wish I really didn't have to make. But I'm at my wit's end. Kiama Municipal Council, it seems, has just not learnt anything from sticking its nose into the federal election campaign. Now it's moved on into what can only be described as political meddling in the Kiama state by-election. Many will not know that during the final weeks of the federal election, Kiama Council was engaging in the strangest behaviour. I was hounded by the Deputy Mayor, Melissa Matters, demanding to meet. There were bizarre advocacy videos by the Deputy Mayor for projects that weren't shovel-ready, along with some incorrect facts, while the Mayor, Cameron McDonald, was away. They looked more like Liberal and Dutton promotional pieces. Beforehand, there were even photos of the Mayor, Cameron McDonald, with pro-nuclear Peter Dutton. The CEO, on behalf of Council, threatened me with legal action. There were unusual and harshly toned letters from the CEO. It was not the Kiama Council, I knew. Something was very, very wrong, and I could not quite put my finger on it. Needless to say, I kept going, and thankfully, with the many positive policies of the Labor government and my track record of delivery, that's what people voted for. As a result, people in Kiama will benefit from Labor slashing 20% of student debt, 5% home deposits for first home buyers from 1 October, protecting penalty rates, cheaper medicines, and we already know that Gilmore has the highest take-up of solar home batteries in New South Wales, which people in Kiama are benefiting from to help drive down power bills and support local businesses and jobs. Deputy Speaker, I gave Kiama Council the benefit of the doubt after the federal election. I have always considered myself to be very fair, and I honestly thought things were better. So you can imagine my surprise when Mayor McDonald all of a sudden and multiple times again started to use council resources and ratepayer funds so close to the Kiama by-election to have a clear political whack at the state Labor government, not once, not twice, but 3 times, actually I'm sure it's more by now, In doing so, he's also had a stab at the federal government. Deputy Speaker, I've had enough. So today I'm airing my grievance. Because people in Kiama do deserve better than a politically meddling Kiama Council that often hasn't done the work to get projects ready to fund, that has lied to Kiama ratepayers or just hasn't told the whole truth, that provides just about no recognition of federal or state funding. Well, that stops right here today. I'm setting the record straight because I can and I will. I say this to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor of Kiama Council: advocacy is all year round. Do it earlier and provide it to all levels of government MPs. It shouldn't be political. Make sure projects included are shovel-ready, otherwise you're all hot air. And don't outright lie to Kiama ratepayers when federal and state funding has been provided or is available. Apply for available grants. Don't let them go begging, like is so often the case with Kiama Council. And maybe try promoting and being thankful of projects that include federal and state funding, instead of just having a go at other levels of government. I really hope the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and CEO had learnt from their federal election shenanigans, but I was wrong. For the record, the federal and state government have both provided significant disaster recovery funding and betterment infrastructure funding for Jamberoo Mountain Road. And the Kiama Sports Complex that we all want to happen, well, the federal government's Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund provided funding towards the master plan. I'm glad Council has progressed the master plan and draft options are out with the community, but Council has not adopted the final plan. The project is not shovel-ready. I wish it was, because there are federal funding streams that Kiama Council could apply for if it was ready to go. I have raised this with the Federal Minister and continue to provide advice and support for the dedicated and patient volunteers of the Kiama District Sports Association. Similarly, Kiama Council's plan for Jamberoo Preschool, is it shovel-ready? No, not at all. I agree it's a much-needed service, but Kiama Council needs to play its part in order to get it off the ground. Kiama Council, despite repeated attempts by me, has not addressed flooding issues at the current preschool site. It has not put in an application under the Disaster Ready Fund, nor does it even have a shovel-ready alternate site. So to see it appearing in some mayoral political promo video is quite frankly disingenuous. Then there's the exorbitant legal costs of Kiama Council, paid for by ratepayers, which should be going into local community infrastructure like lights at Mick Cronin Oval and at the Kiama Sports Complex. And, Deputy Speaker, I don't know any other council that instigated a costly and unnecessary legal dispute with a local surf lifesaving club like Kiama Council did with Gerringong Surf Lifesaving Club. Despite me delivering $5.5 million for a stunning new clubhouse, an important community facility, I copped nothing but grief, disdain and some type of weird punishment from the Kiama Council Deputy Mayor and CEO. And horrible toned letters from the Kiama Council CEO. These are not typical actions of a local council, and you have to ask yourself why. Kiama Council should really take a leaf out of Shoalhaven City Council's book, and I don't say that lightly because Shoalhaven Council has its challenges too. But you certainly don't see the behaviour like the Mayor of Kiama Council is exhibiting by Shoalhaven Council, despite both being local government areas in the Kiama by-election. Deputy Speaker, I've had enough. I call time on the behaviour coming from the Mayor of Kiama Council. I've really tried. I grieve that Kiama ratepayers are told the truth. Deputy Speaker, recently I announced from the Albanese Labor government more federal funding for terrific local community projects for the Kiama Downs Surf Lifesaving Club, Jamberoo Youth Hall, the Gerringong and District Historical Society, Kiama Central Netball Club, Kiama Pipe Band and the Gerringong and Jamberoo Public School P&C Association. This builds on many other terrific local projects delivered under Labor, like Headspace Kiama, upgrades at Gerringong Golf Club and the new Gerringong Surf Lifesaving Club. Deputy Speaker, we have a terrific opportunity to have a wonderful local advocate in Caitlin McInerney, who I know will deliver for local people in the Kiama electorate, from West Nowra, Bomaderry, North Nowra, Shoalhaven Heads, Gerringong, Kiama, Jamberoo, Minamurra, and everywhere to the north and south and west in the Kiama state electorate. Caitlin is a local mum. She wants her young son, William, to be able to go to school locally, use our upgraded hospitals under Labor, and like me, for all people to be able to live and work here locally and to enjoy our most magnificent area. Together, we're fighting for people in Kiama, whether it's slashing 20% off student debt, 5% home deposits for first home buyers, cheaper home batteries slashing energy costs, Kiama Headspace, upgraded schools and hospitals, the free Medicare urgent care clinic coming to Nowra, an upgraded Medicare mental health centre at Nowra. Labor is investing in local community infrastructure and roads, free TAFE, the Jervis Bay flyover, the Nowra bypass, and short, medium and longer term solutions for the Hampton Bridge at Kangaroo Valley. Caitlin McInerney is a fighter, a strong local voice for Kiama. Only a Minns and Albanese Labor government together will truly deliver for people in Kiama.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very lucky to represent the electorate of Casey. It's where I've spent my life as a third-generation local, and one of the core parts of our community is our small businesses. And I spent 15 years prior to politics working in and with small business, and I'll always make sure I talk about the strength of our small businesses, but acknowledge their challenges and make sure that we are making a difference in their lives. Because small business really is the heartbeat of a community like mine. They do so much to give back. Sponsoring football clubs, any charity, any organisation, a small business will be there giving back. And I get to go to many footy clubs, many cricket clubs. A lot of clubs have the signage around the side, Deputy Speaker, and you will know, representing your electorate, that they are all small and family businesses. I've not seen a large multinational sponsoring any of our local clubs. So when our small businesses are strong, our families are strong, because every small business is a family business. It might be a first-generation new business or a second or third generation, but someone in that family has taken a risk. They have put on the line their financial safety to create something, to create a better life for themselves and for their children. Earning a wage is important, and I've worked as an employee and employer before, and it's important that we have that, but there is a sense of security knowing that every week or every fortnight the money that you've earned as a wage will go into your account. But there is that insecurity for small business owners and sacrifices that they make. And in many ways, it takes a level of courage, and it is a family endeavour, because it's not just the husband or the wife. Many times both are in the business, but if a wife is running the business, the husband also carries that financial stress of that irregular pay. And the sad reality under the Albanese Labor government is that we've seen record insolvencies for small business. We've seen more small businesses going under. That is more families not being able to provide the financial security that their family needs, that their kids need, that the community needs. So we need a strong small business sector to have strong families, so we have strong communities, and that ladders up to a strong nation. But this government has abandoned small businesses. We do not hear them talk at all about small business in this country. In the last term of Parliament, this government, through the Minister for Small Business, brought forward only one bill in 3 years to help small and family businesses in our country. They have been completely abandoned. And since the election result on May 3rd, we have not heard this government talk about the need to help and support small business. They have continued to vacate the field, continued to let families down. And I was proud to be part of a coalition government. You hear a bit of spin opposite about our policies at the last election, but I was proud of our policies when it came to small business, and I'll continue to work internally to make sure we bring forward positive policies to help small business. Our 3-year Entrepreneurship Accelerator program was a brilliant program that allowed new businesses in their first 2 years to reduce tax on the first $200,000 of taxable income that they earn. Now, many small and family businesses in those first couple of years don't earn that taxable income, but when they do, we were going to let them keep more of it because we know every small and family business will put it back into the business to continue to grow. We also, despite the government cutting the instant asset write-off, we committed to making it permanent and increasing it to $30,000 for businesses. And I've spoken before, Deputy Speaker, about the importance of the digital economy and the tech sector for our country and for our businesses. And that's why we had a policy that if a tech spend for a small business with under $10 million of revenue exceeded $4,000, they would receive a tax deduction of $2,000 to encourage them to continue to invest in technology, to drive productivity, to ensure their business was sustainable into the long term. There is so much more that needs to be done to help our small businesses. They essentially want us to create a framework so the economy is strong so they can go about their business. That's what we need to do. It's what this government is failing to do. But there are ways, as I've just outlined, that we can continue to support them. All of these initiatives are unique because it's not a handout of cash to these businesses. It's not what they're asking for. But they're saying, if I'm investing in my business through technology, partner with me, let me have a bit of that back as a tax relief, and it's what they deserve. And if small business is the heart of our economy and our community in Casey, roads are a crucial part of the infrastructure to allow our businesses to thrive and allow the community to go about their day. We do not have close networks where schools are 5 minutes away. We've got an electorate of 2,700 square kilometres with people having to drive hours at a time to get the support that they need. And the roads in Casey and in Victoria aren't up to scratch. It's harder for families to get to school, for tradies to get to work, or locals to get to shops and appointments. And it's dangerous. It is very dangerous. I've had experiences living and driving in our community where there have been potholes that I have hit that have resulted in dangerous situations for myself and my family, and I hear about this time and time again from our community. It also drives the cost of living up for our community. Replace tyres, mechanical work. It is completely unacceptable in 2025 that the roads in Casey are not first-class roads. The state Labor government and the Albanese Labor government have continued to pull money out of road maintenance in our state and in my community, and it is unacceptable. And it impacts the businesses of Casey, particularly our farmers and our agricultural businesses. When they are trying to take their quality produce to markets, to Woolworths, to Coles, to the shops, potholes damage the product and there is wastage and cost for our businesses. And as the member for Flinders knows, we have a lot of tradies in Casey and they find it hard when their utes, which are a tool of the trade, is damaged and off the road. It's time and money that it is costing them. One day the electorate of Flinders might get more tradies than Casey, but not today. So it's important we continue to invest in these projects. A project I've spoken about a lot and will continue to talk about until the Allan Labor government get their act together is the Maroondah Highway and Kalara Road in Coldstream. In 2019, the Liberal government gave the state government the $20 million to get the project delivered. 2025, we are still waiting, despite the Allan Labor government committing to start the project at the end of 2024 and the start of 2025. This is a road that impacts on tourism, it impacts on safety, it impacts all of our local community. This state government have been holding this money for almost 6 years. It's time they get on and deliver the project. And Deputy Speaker, when I'm out door knocking and talking to my community, one of the concerns that is raised the most is the increasing crime we're experiencing in Victoria. And it's heartbreaking to hear the stories of the people that are fearing for their lives, the videos that we see, the testimonials that we see. Criminal incidents are up 22.1% in the Yarra Ranges area of my community, 38% in Nillumbik and 9.8% in Manningham. But these aren't statistics. These are real people that are impacted by these incidents. And the Allan Labor government has failed the Victorian people time and time again. And that's why I'm backing Brad Batten and our local state MPs, Bridget Valance, Cindy McLeish, David Hodgett and Nicole Werner, to make sure that they can keep Victorians safe. They've got a simple plan. If you break bail, you will face jail. Not that complicated. There has to be consequences for your actions. This plan's going to close loopholes, end the exemptions and restore real consequences for criminal behaviour. And that is what we need. We need to feel safe in our community, because if you commit a crime and there are no consequences, you're going to feel emboldened to do it again and again. And when I hear stories from local police officers who are being taunted by criminals saying, "Lock me up, I'll be back here in our community before you get back from the magistrate's court," and that's what happens. Local criminals commit a crime, get bail, turn up at a police station and taunt the police officers because the police do not have the support they need. Brad Batten and the State Liberals have a plan to make sure all Victorians are safe, and I'm backing them in November of 2026.
I thank the member and I call the member for Werewa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to discuss my community in the southwest to ensure our voice is heard in this place. I was disappointed to hear the New South Wales Premier comment recently that building additional rail links from the new airport to southwest Sydney was not a priority. It makes sense to have a rail line to the south of the Western Sydney International Airport. This rail line will link Bradfield to Leppington, Macarthur and to Kingsford Smith Airport. And the federal government has already announced $1 billion to start this process by making land acquisitions for this corridor so that in the future this rail line can be built. I've regularly spoken in this place about the good working relationship between the federal and the New South Wales state government, such as finalising Elizabeth Drive West, the new driveway to Western Sydney Airport as part of the M12 motorway project, or the M5 westbound upgrade with 50-50 funding from both governments to cover the cost of a $380 million project. We've understood the benefits of cooperation to deliver the best results for everyone. But of course, it is still my duty to point out when my area of the world gets taken for granted. As soon as the Albanese Labor government was elected, I went straight to work to secure as much funding as I could, because I've been witness to the shocking inactions by previous governments. So I made every representation I could. I'm certain my continual advocacy has been a nuisance, but I won't change and be silent when my community needs more. That's why I can't be silent when the funding that I've fought for, that my community has given me a mandate to follow through on, is being left unspent. In December last year, the Albanese Labor government had announced $61.6 million for 15 projects in the Greater Sydney area. That was through the Thriving Suburbs Grant Funding Program. This secured funding for the construction of Austral Local Park 22. Austral, a suburb which is fast growing in my electorate, has very few parks that the community can use. Liverpool City Council states that they anticipate on-site construction to begin in February 2026, more than 18 months away. When I asked Council why it was taking so long to start construction, they told me that time was needed to procure a qualified design consultant, and after that, it needed a procurement process to appoint a suitably qualified contractor. On the surface, this sounds like reasonable measures, but remember, it was Council that asked for this grant and said that they were ready for this project. And if I had a degree of trust in this Council, I'd take them at their word. However, the truth about trust in governments is not that it's given freely. It's earned. Trust is built up over time. And if you say you're going to do and you deliver on it, people are inclined to afford you the benefit of the doubt. But the bond is fragile, and when you lose the confidence of the community, it's gone. You create a trust deficit, and you will have a lot of hard work before you can take you at your word again. I cannot think of a more prominent example of council's failures that have obliterated this trust with the community than the case of the roundabout at the intersection of 15th Avenue and 28th Avenue. I'm sure some people in this room have probably heard about it. It's a debacle. And it failed because the basic requirement of being round. That's what most roundabouts are. It was diamond-shaped. Council decided not to follow the original design, and it was the residents who paid the price. The feature required motorists to take multiple point turns on an already highly congested road. And as you can imagine, there is footage all over the internet of the near misses and chaos. Roundabouts will often be referred to as traffic calming devices. Suffice to say, this was the opposite here. It was referred to in some news bulletins as the worst roundabout in Australia. Council attempted to quickly remove the diamond roundabout, but in their haste they created further problems. Temporary roadworks were washed away by heavy rain and leaving large pothole in the intersection, creating more unnecessary frustration for residents. When questioned how this debacle was approved, council say they don't know. They don't know who approved it. They don't know who awarded the contract to build it. Why was it decided that the design should be changed? Nobody knows. How much did this cost ratepayers? They're not sure, although there have been media reports that the debacle cost at least $130,000. I would truly think the saddest thing for all of us who regularly use 15th Avenue is this council's failure isn't even that much of a shock. 15th Avenue had a recurring site of failure after failure by Liverpool Council. A failure to plan for the future, to listen to residents who were raising alarms, and a failure to act decisively to stop 15th Avenue becoming the mess it now is. It should be noted that 15th Avenue was Council's responsibility, but it's fallen to the federal and state governments to fix it. We've both contributed to make a $1 billion investment to transform 15th Avenue into critical transport link. The Albanese government recognises the importance of investing in southwest Sydney. Projects like 15th Avenue, the West M7, the Western Sydney Airport will support growth, jobs in Western Sydney. The early works mark the beginning of the There are early works on 15th Avenue to mark the beginning of the upgrade. Over the coming months, consultation with the community will inform planning and design and will be put on exhibition. It's a shame it's taken the federal and state government stepping in to make it right. But if council abdicates its responsibilities, the least it could do is complete projects that the federal government has already provided ample funding for. And there are still large infrastructure projects remaining in the planning phase, such as the Currajong Road intersection upgrade at Beach Road and Lynn Parade Prestons. There is 100% funded by the Albanese Labor government, topped up with funding in December 2024. But council has not yet awarded a contract or undertaken the significant utility pre-works that need to be done. This means that even when construction is ready to proceed, it's still delayed. Council states they expect the construction to be finished in early 2027, and I intend to hold them to that. The federal government has also contributed $6 million to the Middleton Drive extension. That was in October 2022. Surprise, surprise, it's also still in the planning 3 years later. The current expectation is for construction to commence later this year and finish next year. Again, if council had presented a history of completing projects on time, on budget and fit for purpose, I might be inclined to agree that's what they'll deliver. But we have to face reality. We have a council that is before a public inquiry. It's been stated that there has been $5 million spent on staff payouts in the last 3 years. Predictably, we have heard that there's an exhaustion of all cash reserves. As a former councillor and long-term resident, I am distressed by the state of so many things in our area. The lack of vision and support to staff to plan and ensure that things get done, and for the community to get what they are supposed to get. I will never abandon the fight to make sure our community gets its fair share. If others are not willing to help, then at least they should stop getting in the way. I look forward to working with the council to make sure that these deliveries are made very soon.
I thank the member. And there being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to take this opportunity today to congratulate some incredible sporting groups in my electorate of Wentworth. Firstly, to East Rugby Club, the Beasties, who capped off their 125th year with 4 teams in the grand finals last weekend. Congratulations in particular to the 3rd and 4th grade teams who came away with a win. While I'm gutted to see that the first grade team lose to the member for Mackellar's Warringah's Rugby Club and the Colts team lose to Randwick, I know how proud the community is of all the players, and these losses take nothing away from the incredible year that East have had. I also want to congratulate Emerald City Kickball for their nomination for the caption by Higher Connecting Communities Award from Awards Australia. Founded in Wentworth in 2020, Emerald City Kickball has since expanded to Perth and Melbourne, with Brisbane and New Zealand on the way. They have created more than a sports league. They've created a vibrant community for LGBTQIA+ Australians and a broader inclusive environment who, through kickball, can connect, lead and thrive. Their impact extends beyond the field, supporting mental health initiatives, standing up for equality and partnering with festivals and research institutions. I am proud to have thrown the first pitch on their tournament day, it was quite an education for me, and to work alongside them in championing inclusivity. I wish them the best of luck with the awards and look forward to celebrating their 5th anniversary soon. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge another wonderful organisation, the Willara Colleagues Rugby Union Club. I recently met representatives to hear about their clubhouse upgrade plans, and I'm very glad to add my voice of support to this and their future endeavours. I'd like to congratulate them on their inaugural women's team and their long-standing support of the LGBTQIA+ community. The colleagues helped pave the way by creating Australia's first gay and inclusive rugby team, the Sydney Convicts, in 2004. Today, the Convicts are the most successful club to have competed in the Bingham Club, inspiring players across Australia and the globe to push back against homophobia in sport and to show that sport is best when it is welcoming to all in the community. Congratulations once and again to all the sporting clubs in Wentworth for their incredible efforts and results.
And I thank the member for Wentworth. And I call the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Speaker. The Federal Minister for Skills and Training, Andrew Giles, and I recently visited Kylie Plumbing in Burnie in the electorate of Braddon. Thank you to Sam, Kylie and his team for hosting us. Kylie Plumbing started in 1967 in Sam's Pops shed in Sulphur Creek. It was grown into a well-respected, modern, family-owned and operated business. Kylie Plumbing is focused on delivering great service for customers and building a healthy and safe workplace culture with a focus on equality, diversity and inclusion. I was very impressed with the young apprentices I met during my visit. This included Isabella, a young woman working in what still is a non-traditional trade for women. She's being encouraged and supported in her chosen trade, and the Minister and I enjoyed hearing about her experience. Kylie Plumbing is the first business in Tasmania to partner with Tradeswomen Australia. And this is what Sam has to say about that partnership. We believe there is absolutely nothing more important than equality in life. It led us to partner with Tradeswomen Australia and participate in their workplace diversity project. Proud to say that we have employed our first woman apprentice and strive to create an inclusive workplace for future female tradeswomen. And it's not just in the workshop that he is encouraging girls and women to meet their potential. Sam has written a children's book called Plumbing Power with Myla and Maya, featuring characters named after his 2 little daughters. It's a story about the power of fixing things and the value of real-world skills. The idea that anyone can step up, solve a problem and make things better. Sam wrote Plumbing Power with Myla and Maya to show that there's no limit to what girls can do and to encourage more women into trades. In his words, to show kids that trade jobs aren't just about tools, they're about superpowers. Congratulations to Sam and the team at Kylie Plumbing.
Thank you. The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government's response to the final report of the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety in May in 2021, in its response, it assured us that the respect for senior Australians is and must be a national priority, And yet here we are with Australia's aged care system in deep crisis. The lack of access to home care packages hurts older Australians and their families. Meanwhile, our hospitals will remain overcrowded, our nurses overstretched, and our seniors left without the care they deserve. In Warringah, my office recently met with a nurse who described the heartbreaking practice of so-called granny dumping, families leaving elderly relatives at hospital emergency departments because they cannot access home care packages or aged care. More and more seniors turn up to emergency departments with non-urgent needs because it is the only way for them to get help. This is exhausting our health system and placing an unsustainable strain on other healthcare workers. At the centre of this crisis is the lack of home care packages. The purpose is to ensure that people can stay at home for longer with the care they need. Yet today, over 121,000 Australians are waiting to be assessed. Another 87,000 have been approved but are still waiting for services. These delays mean older people are forced into residential care too early or remain stuck in hospital beds, blocking access for others with urgent needs, or simply they die waiting for help. The government promised 83,000 new home care packages in July but delayed them until November. Unfortunately, this will not work, and there is no intervening provisions. It will make do for those who have been approved, but for a short-term dent, and it puts a short-term dent in the current wait list, but it does not progress the problem. And too many are dying, waiting to be assessed or waiting for packages. There's no sense economically. It leaves families across so many areas desperate for support. Every day of delay costs lives, dignity and health. In July, I joined David Pocock and crossbench colleagues in calling on the government to act without delay. We wrote to the Minister for Aged Care urging immediate release of additional packages, some 20,000. This is not just about packages, it is about people, the dignity of older Australians and the well-being of their families and communities. We need this immediate release of current home care packages today, not 1st of November, not when it might be convenient. We need to make sure we have the skills, the committed workforce to deliver these services. So I'm urging the government to act. We've seen in question time this week constant delays and really bluster from the minister, but not real action. So it's time for home care packages to support older Australians.
Thank you. The member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge some of the community groups, organisations and events in my electorate that I've had the pleasure of meeting with over the last few weeks. On Saturday, before heading back down here in Canberra for this parliamentary sitting, I dropped into the Oatley West Community Festival, held at Oatley West Public School. The festival has been the highlight on the community's calendar for more than 40 years to fundraise for the school's P&C. The event on Saturday was a fantastic success. There was a great atmosphere and it was heartening to see so many families and members of our community enjoying themselves with rides, market stalls, an art show, silent auction, food and entertainment. I must admit, Deputy Speaker, that I enjoyed the rides myself as well as some of the food that was on offer. Congratulations to Oatley West Public School's P&C for another successful festival, and thank you in particular to Chris Chuck from the P&C for showing me around on the day. I look forward to returning next year. Deputy Speaker, on 19 August I had the privilege of attending the HSC showcase at Sir Joseph Banks High School in Revesby. It was a great evening, highlighting the extraordinary talent of so many students who have completed their Year 12 major works. There were textile works, visual representations of computer programs, visual arts, and amazing drama and musical performance that I got to see face to face. Congratulations to all the students, teachers, and families who were involved. Further, Deputy Speaker, the state government has begun building a new facility at the high school, and I look forward to seeing what the school can do with even more facilities at hand. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I would like to recognise local Picnic Point resident John Shields. John is a Vietnam veteran and a proud Australian. Several times throughout the year, John holds memorial services to honour Australia's fallen at his home in the front yard. On 18 August, I had the honour of joining John's service to honour Vietnam veterans and their contribution to Australia's many servicemen and women during the Vietnam conflict. As always, John's service was well attended and supported by people like John Geyer, the Senior Minister at Panania Anglican Church, and I had the privilege to lay a wreath alongside my colleague, the State Member for East Hills, Kylie Wilkinson. I would like to thank John for his work in honouring the men and women who wear Australia's uniform and look forward to attending future services at his home. So once again, thank you, John Shields, for celebrating and recognising the contribution of our armed services here in Australia and our community.
Thank you. The member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every Australian should have fair access to air travel. Yet so many Australians with disabilities face severe barriers to travel, often left with no options. Julie Bryce is a structural engineer in Townsville with a spinal cord injury. She relies on a specialised 195-kilo wheelchair to get by. She has faced significant barriers when trying to fly due to airline restrictions. Julie's been asked not to fly, been told to just drive, or in worst case, she has to pay someone to drive her wheelchair to her destination. She suffers from severe medical issues while she flies without her wheelchair, and those risks include blood pressure drops, fainting, and air travel without her wheelchair is impossible. At the outset, airlines rejected Julie's request to travel due to the weight limits. This forced her to either travel without her wheelchair or, like I said, someone drive the 28 hours to Adelaide. The Labor government's white paper on aviation towards 2050 fails to require airlines to accommodate people with disabilities. The current legislation has a loophole which allows airlines to opt out of assisting passengers with needs like Julie's. It's not good enough to turn a blind eye to people with disabilities. Everyone has the right to travel. So together, Julie and I wrote to the Transport Minister. We requested an urgent government review into the legislation loophole which allows airlines to ignore people with disabilities, and this was not met with an answer. Julie and I had to go to the media, raise the alarm and start the fight. As a result of Julie's dedication and advocacy, Qantas agreed to change its booking systems to accommodate people with a disability. So now when people book, they can click a special link that will take them to a page that will allow the airline to show the availability of an aircraft that can take a wheelchair. They've also pledged to work with Julie, as she's an engineer and she can help with refits for specialised wheelchairs. We've also met with Virgin Australia, and they're going to work with her on recommendations and action her requests. This victory is for all Australians with a disability, driven by Julie Bryce and our regional Queensland community. We have secured fairer travel for people with disability, but more needs to be done. A disability shouldn't mean you can't travel. A disability shouldn't mean you should be restricted. We will continue the fight so all people can fly.
Thank you. The member for Werewa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our community is celebrating a number of milestones this year. Last Friday night, the parish of St Anthony of Padua celebrated 60 years of ministry to the Austral and wider community. Over 350 parishioners, family, clergy and dignitaries joined Father Ronnie, Bishop Tony Percy and Sam Gertuis, Principal of St Anthony's of Padua College. It was a wonderful celebration of the parish and its volunteers over 60 years. In the last 60 years, the church has baptised 1,172 babies, performed 295 marriages, commended to God with a funeral for 262 souls, confirmed 1,071 people and performed over 31,000 masses. 8 parish priests have served the community from Father Weaver to Father Ronnie Marie. Congratulations on the milestones, Father Ronnie. I look forward to working with you and the parishioners in the future. Over the last 3 days, the Hindu community in Liverpool have celebrated the feast of Gadet Shova. The festival celebrates Lord Ganeshna as the god of new beginnings, removal of obstacles, and the god of wisdom and intelligence. For the last 30 years, the Friends of India have brought together family and friends to celebrate this event. In 1995, it was much smaller, with only several families coming together at someone's home to go through the rituals and join with friends. But in 2025, there were more than 5,000 people present over the 3 days of the ceremony, dancing, sharing with food and sharing memories with friends. The dance group consisted of all members of the community, from tiny tots to adults, who have been practising for more than 3 months. The performances were, as always, spectacular. Congratulations to all on another successful event. I would also like to recognise the passing of a local resident, Margaret Ann James. Margaret's family lived in the local Lanier area for a number of generations, and their long-time contributions to the community have been recognised in the naming of a local park, Phillips Park, for her family. The James lived next to Lanier Public School for all of their married life, and I remember walking past their house and being greeted by her so often during my time attending the school. The Jameses were very active volunteers at the local Church of Holy Trinity at Lanier and Denham Court Anglican Church, where Mrs James played the organ in services for many years. Margaret was also a part of Busby Liverpool Auxiliary and raised money for Liverpool Hospital and other charitable organisations. Margaret is survived by her husband of 63 years, Alan, and her children, Julianne, Lisa and Linda, and grandchildren. I send my deepest condolences for their loss.
Thank you. I call the member for Warner.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And last Thursday I tried to do the Prime Minister a favour. He was off to Ballarat for the regional summit, and I suggested he needed to take some talking points with him. He needed talking points on road funding because they aren't investing in Western Victorian roads like they should be. I said that he would need to think about social licence when it comes to transmission lines that they're trying to put through farms, social licence about wind farms which are just being imposed on local communities. He'd need to come with some sort of drought funding package because he's delivered nothing for our drought-stricken farmers, both in Western Victoria and in South Australia. And he also would need to talk to the Premier about the fire services levy, which is a tax which is being imposed on volunteers who fight fires. They go out and keep the community safe, and here's the Victorian State Labor government taxing them for doing that. And I thought if he took those talking points along to Ballarat, he might be ready for what he might get confronted with. Now, the PM isn't really listening at the moment. And so what happened, he went to Ballarat, he didn't have his proper talking points with him, and he got run out of town. There were fire trucks, there were tractors, they all queued up and they ran him out of town. Now, we asked the PM about it today in question time. Simple question, PM, why were you run out of town by tractors? And he couldn't answer. As a matter of fact, he tried to talk about everything else but the question we asked him. So I got up and took a point of order, as you do, and said, PM, get back to the question and tell us why you were run out of town. And of course, he then went on and blamed everyone else. So I interjected, and I must admit, it was an interjection which the Speaker looked on. He probably frowned a little bit, but I said, quite loudly, that it reminded me a little bit of a scene, like a scene out of Chariots of Fire. Referring to that one where they're running along the beach, running pretty quickly. That was sort of what it reminded me of, was the PM scooting out of Ballarat with the tractors following him. Now, the PM, he must have had a little bit of a glass jaw, because the Treasurer seemed to laugh and everyone behind me laughed, but the PM just turned around and just, out of the blue, just said, "You're a coward." And I just thought, God, we're having a little bit of lightheartedness, it's theatre. The PM just went bang. And of course, I was very keen for the PM to withdraw that. I don't know whether he did or not, because my Chariots of Fire remark led to the Speaker removing me from the chamber. But I hope the PM will withdraw, and I hope the PM will begin to listen to the people of Western Victoria.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Heath Dean has been such an important part of the Engadine community for generations. In August, the church and the preschool both celebrated significant milestones, with the Heathcote Engadine Baptist Church celebrating 65 years and the Heath Dean preschool celebrating 50 years. On the 17th of August, it was lovely to join the celebrations with the Heath Dean community, which included a puppet show, live music, face painting, and a photo gallery celebrating the decades of the preschool and the church. And it was great to tour the revitalised facility with Kathleen, who's the director, and see the amazing services that are offered there. I want to thank the Heath Dean community for all their contributions to our community over the last 7 decades, and we look forward to your work continuing over the decades to come. It's also been a significant period for our vibrant South Asian community in southwestern Sydney. On the 14th of August, the Pakistani community celebrated Pakistan Independence Day, commemorating 78 years since Pakistan's independence from the British Raj. It was a pleasure to join the Pakistan Association of Australia on the 23rd of August and witness the incredible dances and performances from the young Pakistani Australian youth. And it was amazing to see such diversity from across the regions of Pakistan on display. It was just amazing to see all the different styles from all the different regions of Pakistan. And it was fantastic to see that celebration on display there. I want to thank the Pakistan Association of Australia and its General Secretary, Nabil Khan, for putting on this incredible celebration of Pakistani culture in Australia. And on the 15th of August, the Nepalese community celebrated Tej, which recognises the incredible role that women play in our communities. And it was beautiful to witness the incredible dancing and performances and to learn some of the dance moves with them. I'm still very much early days of learning those dances. I must say it wasn't always an amazing sight, but I want to thank the President, Ms. Usha Khadka, and Vice President Soni Tulada for organising this event and helping Nepalese culture to prosper in Australia. It's fantastic to see so many people coming out to support what is a community that is very positive and makes such a big contribution to our society in southwestern Sydney. And last week it was also fantastic to celebrate the Ganesh Festival, Ganeshotsav 2025, with the Indian community in Liverpool. And Lord Ganesha is the remover of obstacles. I just think about how many obstacles that the Friends of India have had to remove over the last 30 years, and to see their amazing dances and celebrations of their culture. I want to thank Vinod Skindria for his efforts to organise that event, and to say a big Dhanyavada and thank you to the Friends of India for having me along to what was a fantastic occasion.
Thank you. And the member for Grey.
Speaker, last year 5,000 elderly Australians died while waiting for the care they'd been promised. We learned on Friday that more than 200,000 older Australians are still waiting for support. Of those, 122,000 are waiting to be assessed, another 87,000 waiting for a package after being told they qualify. This is yet another broken election promise, one that comes with catastrophic consequences. And I'd like you to reach out to me in my office if you, your parents or your grandparents are in this situation. The National Ageing Research Institute has shown that older Australians forced to wait longer than 6 months for a home care package face an 18% higher risk of death compared to those who received support within 30 days. Speaker, yesterday Labor refused to rule out one of the most outrageous ideas we've heard yet, a tax on your spare bedroom. That's right, a so-called solution to the housing crisis that will see Australians punished simply for the way they live in their homes. This comes off the back of a study showing many homes are occupied by 1 or 2 people, and of those, 3/4 of our homes have more than 3 bedrooms. And now, Labor wants to use those numbers as a reason to put their hands deeper into your pockets. You might think I'm being ridiculous, but Labor has form on this. In Victoria, they're already coming after families running a small business from their own home. And now here in Canberra, they're refusing to rule out a spare bedroom tax. Speaker, Australians work hard. They save hard. They sacrifice for years to own their own home. A home is meant to be a place of security, not a target for government greed. This is insanity. Speaker, I rise today to address one of the biggest issues facing families in regional South Australia. That is the lack of access to childcare. In today's cost of living crisis, driven by Labor's reckless spending, energy policies and immigration settings, families need 2 incomes to raise a family. That makes childcare not a luxury, but a necessity. Yet in grey, empirically, we have the worst access to childcare in the entire country. Nearly 1 in 3 families simply don't have access, let alone the enormous wait list for those who do. I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the Regional Childcare Desert Advocacy Project, a consortium of 25 councils in my electorate who are working together to shine a light on this crisis and actually get something done. Alongside poor healthcare access and a shortage of housing, the lack of childcare is the biggest handbrake on the development and progress of communities in regional and rural Australia. It holds back families, it holds back businesses, and it holds back our future. And what makes it worse is that this government is spending $8 billion a year on childcare subsidies that we can't access. Families in the regions are effectively paying taxes to subsidise childcare in the cities. Speaker, this is not just a policy failure, it is a moral failure. Families in regional and rural Australia deserve the same opportunities as families in Adelaide.
Member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 20th of August in Scottsdale, at the heart of Dorset, I hosted my first regional roundtable as the member for Bass. I was joined by the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, the Honourable Julie Collins, and together we sat down with farmers, small business operators, community leaders, the Dorset Council to discuss the future of the North East. What struck me most is that Dorset is a community that knows its strengths and is ready to shape its own future. People welcomed the opportunity for Canberra to listen, and they made it clear what matters most. We heard about the significant issues: food security, freight and infrastructure, and youth engagement and biosecurity. These are not abstract policy debates, they're daily realities for farmers, producers and businesses across our region. Farmers spoke about the pressures of changing land and environment. Businesses explained how they are held back because they can't find the workers they need in regional locations. And there was a clear call for more practical education options and training pathways to keep our young people in agriculture. Equally, we talked about the services that hold communities together. Access to childcare, mental health support and volunteers are not extras, they're the backbone of resilient towns. Without them, families can't get ahead and businesses cannot thrive. I particularly want to acknowledge those who joined the roundtable. Thank you to Tas farmers for giving voice to our primary producers. Thank you to Rural Business Tasmania, who brought insights into the challenges of small farming enterprises. Thank you to Better Health Dorset, who reminded us that good health and mental health support are essential to strong rural communities. Dorset Employment Connect underlined the importance of effective local job pathways. And Dorset Neighbourhood House, who do exceptional work, reminded us that the importance of looking after those who are our most vulnerable. Together with farming families, community organisations and the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor of Dorset Council, these groups painted a picture of resilience, determination and opportunities for growth in their future. Dorset's story is Tasmania's story. It's full of opportunity, but it needs investment in people, services and infrastructure. And I'm proud to say that our Albanese Labor government is delivering on that front. We've put in the free TAFE for agricultural training, which is going exceptionally well for our regional communities. We've put in a record investment for housing, and I'm looking forward to working with Dorset Council to see how we can keep going with that in their area. We have put money in for stronger community services and mental health support. We know we're on the right track, and I know that we cannot stop there. So, my commitment is clear. The people of North East Tasmania will be heard here in Canberra. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's a privilege to be able to speak on the mighty work of the Scout groups in my electorate who support so many young leaders. And I was able to visit many of these groups when they held their annual report and presentation, also known as an ARAP. Over the past month, I attended the first Callista Scouts and the first Mooroolbark Scouts ARAP evenings. I was also at the first Lilydale Scout Group's presentation, where the Joeys, the Cubs, the Scouts, the Venturers and the Rovers put on a very successful progressive dinner as they shared what they'd done in the last year. And at Callista, it was wonderful to present awards and congratulate them on their achievements, including to Lachlan, who was awarded the Joey Scout Challenge Award, and to Jaden, who received the Grey Wolf Award, the highest achievement that you can receive in the Youth Cub section. And later in this week, I'm looking forward to heading out to Upwey to the footy club to use their rooms, which are a great community asset, to celebrate the local scouts for the whole of the Sherbrooke Yarra Ranges ARAP, which covers all of the electorate of Casey. Scouting groups play such an important role in supporting our young people, showing them how to lead, to be confident and trust in their abilities. This wouldn't be possible without the volunteers and the parents who devote their time to the scouting cause. Congratulations to all recipients on receiving awards that reflect your high level of discipline, commitment and leadership. And you've done all of the Scout leaders across Casey proud, and good luck on another year of Scouting. The work of our local CFA brigades doesn't end when the siren stops. And that's why I was proud to hop on a bike recently to officially kick off the Badger Creek CFA 24-hour spin-a-thon fundraiser. The team pledged to cycle for 24 hours to raise funds for the annual firefighter stair climb, which supports Lifeline, Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre and the 000 Foundation. I took the first pedal at 5 p.m. alongside CFA Community Safety Coordinator Sally, and from there, rosters of supporters kept the wheels turning until 5 p.m. the next day. It was a massive effort by the volunteers and their families, with support from the Hillsville SES, the Hillsville RSL and members of the community. After 24 gruelling hours, the team had pedalled over 600 kilometres and raised just over $3,300. Congratulations to the team at the Badger Creek CFA on your hard work, sweat and efforts paying off. When I arrived at the brigade, I noticed a sign flashing which said the brigade had turned out 110 incidents this year. It's a powerful reminder of how much our brigades and volunteers give to our community. So to everyone at the Badger Creek CFA, thank you for being there for us when we need you and for always going above and beyond to support others in need.
Thank you. I'm going to call the member for Macquarie.
I'm very proud of the work I did in 2 terms in opposition as the member for Macquarie in getting issues on the agenda and highlighting the needs of the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury. But now in our 2nd term of government, I'm even more proud of the work Labor is doing to deliver solutions to many of the issues that were unaddressed for a decade under the Liberals. Much of what we've done has delivered to Australians across the country, like cheaper medicines and more bulk billing, urgent care and endo clinics, Medicare, mental health clinics and Headspace. I know these also benefit people right across my communities, but Deputy Speaker, I want to focus on some of the specifics delivered in Macquarie. We're delivering solar batteries to homes, businesses and community organisations. Already 587 batteries have been installed under the Cheaper Home Batteries program, which puts us in the top 10 in the country. We're helping local first home buyers with Labor's 5% home deposits, and so far 997 people in Macquarie have been able to buy their first home with a 5% deposit or less, thanks to Labor's expanded home guarantee scheme. Our skilled construction workforce has been supported with more than 545 construction trades apprentices in Macquarie benefiting from $5,000 incentive payments. And I have no doubt that the $10,000 incentive payment to apprentices who are commencing their careers in housing construction from July will also have a big take-up in Macquarie. Working with the New South Wales Government, we're also delivering 7 new and refurbished social homes in the Penrith local government area, and we've delivered back-to-back increases to the maximum rates of Commonwealth rent assistance, which is supporting more than 7,350 people in Macquarie. There are 2 new homes in the Blue Mountains through the Albanese Government's Crisis Accommodation Program to provide transitional accommodation for women and children experiencing family and domestic violence. These will make a real difference. Our road funding, with extra to our region because we've been so badly affected by disasters, has meant our local councils have had the opportunity to upgrade and improve many more local roads, and that work continues.
The latest list of roads under the ever-growing Road to Recovery program has the get-go in Nichols Parade in Mount Riverview and Percival Street in Clarendon. They're part of 5 years of funding for the Blue Mountains worth more than $7.6 million and more than $9.5 million for the Hawkesbury. Bottom line is there's more funding for councils to look after your roads under Labor.
Yeah. Thank you, and I'll call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the past few weeks, I've been inundated with messages from NDIS participants and allied health professionals across my electorate, all sharing the same story. The Albanese government's sudden changes to the NDIS pricing arrangements are unworkable, unfair, and they are causing pain. I've already met with allied health professionals, many of them small community-based providers. They tell me that the reduction in professional fees and travel allowances will make it almost impossible to keep their doors open. I've also spoken to countless participants who rely on these services every single week. For them, these changes are not just numbers on a page, they are a direct threat to their independence, their mobility and their quality of life. One local participant, Andrew, I'll call him Andrew S., lives with Parkinson's disease. Andrew is 57. He has a family and until his diagnosis was living a happy, productive life in sunny Caloundra. Now living with a progressive, life-limiting condition that steadily erodes function and independence, Andrew was recently reassessed as having higher support needs. His package was increased from $50,000 over 3 years to $144,000 over 2 years. On paper, this should have been a life-changing support. But under these new NDIS rules, that funding is meaningless if his therapists cannot survive financially. He now faces the heartbreaking reality of dipping into his own savings and using his credit card to pay for critical therapy sessions, the very therapy sessions that the NDIS is meant to provide. Andrew told me, "My disability is lifelong. Instead of my NDIS package supporting me, I'm left worrying about money while my kids watch me struggle with Parkinson's and the stress that it brings." Andrew's story is sadly not unique, and it's a warning sign of what is coming for countless families if these changes go ahead unchecked. The Coalition has formally written to the Minister for Disability and the NDIS calling for these changes to be deferred for at least 3 months to allow for proper consultation and planning. We've made it clear that this is not just about numbers, it's about people, their families and their futures. We'll continue to hold the government to account and fight to protect participants and the providers they rely upon. Because if the government does not change course, it will not just be therapy services that close, it'll be the doors to independence and dignity for the most vulnerable of Australians. We've repeatedly said that we'll work with the government to make the NDIS more effective and more sustainable. However, throwing the baby out with the bathwater will only make life more difficult and more expensive for vulnerable Australians.
Thank you, and I call the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thanks, Speaker. It's been a tough week for police officers throughout the country, and we pay tribute to and offer commiserations to the families of the 2 police officers tragically killed in Victoria last week. And that's why I want to highlight the great work of the Eastern Beaches Local Area Command in the area that I represent, who recently held their Police Area Command Awards to recognise and to pay tribute to the great work of police throughout the country, but particularly in our local area command, who do their utmost to keep our community safe every year. Sharing the special evening was the Central Metropolitan Regional Commander, Assistant Commissioner Peter McKenna, and Detective Superintendent Paul Simpkins, and the focus was on supporting police officers at every level. I want to congratulate Constable Luke Notes for earning the Cops Cop Award as judged by his peers, a true testament to his commitment and respect that he's earned from his peers. And also to Detective Sergeant Ryan Booker, who won the award for leadership in community safety. I'd also like to extend a heartfelt thanks to all our local police who do a wonderful job day in, day out, keeping our community safe. They often encounter people at their lowest moments. The mental and emotional toll of their job cannot be overstated. Australians expect much for our police and asking them to be brave, fair and calm no matter the situation. Behind each officer is a support network of family and colleagues, and we honour those both serving and those who've lost their lives in the line of duty. If you see a local police officer in your community, please take the moment at the moment particularly to thank them for their work. Speaker, I was recently honoured to join Kingsford Smith local legend Con Theocharides for a night of volunteering with his organisation A Touch of Kindness in Sydney's Martin Place. Started by Con in 2022, A Touch of Kindness brings together community groups and volunteers to provide food and support for those who are homeless in the Sydney community. They do it every Wednesday night at Martin Place, where they feed the homeless, and unfortunately the lines have been growing in recent years. The evenings filled with a spirit of generosity as donors and volunteers from all walks of life come together to offer a helping hand and a caring heart. Con said so eloquently, the heart of his work is about touching people's lives. Con is a true leader, someone that's very involved in the local Greek community, particularly through St Catherine's Parish Church, and he brings together many members of our community to ensure that those in need are fed, that they have clothing and that they get a touch of kindness in their hour of need. Congratulations and thank you, Con.
Thank you, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I read with some surprise the latest spin from the Minister for Energy on Labor's reckless energy rollout. From the government that brought the notion of green hydrogen and green steel, now we have green noise, thanks to the Minister for Energy. No, not the noise from wind turbines, but it is green noise from opponents of energy projects. The Minister claims opponents of wind and solar projects live, and I quote, hundreds of kilometres from developments and are, and again I quote, driven by climate denial, and that the Minister would take community consultation very seriously. Well, it is serious, Deputy Speaker, because police have been out in my electorate today as government-owned transmission company Victoria uses the powers the Victorian Parliament gave them on Thursday to impose $8,000 fines if farmers don't open their gates willingly to the VNI West to be built. Those farmers weren't taken seriously. They were listened to. They weren't listened to, I should say. They have been told, with the strong arm of the law, they are being ignored and that the government is coming through. So back to energy project opponents, Minister Bowen claims are some distance from energy projects. I thought I'd share from one of my constituents, young Rapanyap farmer Matthew Wiedemann, his perspective. And Matt writes, we personally are very close to the turbines in Wimmera, Victoria. With them being built around us as neighbours will have the infrastructure, as well as power lines. This increases the dangers for my kids learning to farm. It also is very unclear about how changes in the weather and the ability for autonomous machinery can operate. With reports of debris and toxins becoming major issues to neighbours from the turbine infrastructure, this is also very worrying to think we have to have exclusion zones from our own boundary fences. This limits food production again. And I go on. I can't understand how they think it's green when today in the Weekly Times the headline is 127 hectares of native vegetation is to be scrubbed for 102 wind turbines from the area. Remembering that this is removing the breakdown of CO2. It's very hypocritical, he says, and they seem to be adding to net zero, not reducing it, end quote. Deputy Speaker, Matt provided other thoughts I don't have time to share here today, but he calls out the logical inconsistencies of Labor's position on energy. Matt's views are similar to those of many in regional Australia and similar to those that turned out in force with Matt, whom I was proud to stand with protesting at the Bush Summit in Ballarat on Friday.
Thank you, and I call the member for Jagaja.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Professor Ronaldo Bellomo AO after his death in May this year. Professor Ronaldo was the Director of Intensive Care Research at Austin Health in Heidelberg. He was a giant in Australian and global intensive care medicine, the most published and most cited medical researcher in the history of Australian medicine. Professor Ronaldo arrived in Australia from Italy in 1980, completed his medical degree at Monash University, and earned his PhD from the School of Public Health and Preventative Medicine. He became a professor at Monash University, where his passion for research and teaching shaped generations of clinicians and scientists. In 2018, he was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia for his service to intensive care medicine as a biomedical scientist, researcher, and systems innovator. He once said his life's work wasn't just about finding answers, but about having conversations with patients, students, and fellow clinicians rooted in humility and empathy. Patients are not just cases, he said. They are people with stories. The privilege of being a doctor is being invited into those stories, sometimes at their most vulnerable point, and trying to help. I know he is very much missed by the community at Austin Hospital, and our community and our country are grateful for his immense contributions. Vale, Professor Ronaldo Bellomo, AO. Deputy Speaker, I continue to be contacted by many people in my community who are deeply distressed by the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I share their horror. Gaza is in the grip of a humanitarian catastrophe. Israel's denial of aid, the killing of civilians, including children, as they seek access to water and food, is indefensible. The Australian government has called on Israel to comply immediately with its obligations under international law. This includes ensuring the United Nations and NGOs can carry out their life-saving work safely and without obstruction. As the Prime Minister has said, it is a breach of international law to prevent food deliveries, a decision Israel made in March. It is also a breach of basic humanity. I hear and I stand with members of my community. We are all devastated as this war continues to take innocent lives. The situation in Gaza has gone beyond even the world's worst fears. And the position of the Australian government is very clear. We must continue to contribute to the global efforts to break the cycle of violence, because every innocent life matters. This war must end and we must have peace.
Thank you, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about a remarkable celebration in my electorate of Dawson, the 160th anniversary of my old primary school, Bowen State School. Walking back into the school grounds brought back a flood of memories for hundreds of locals that came together to join in the day's celebrations. And part of these celebrations, it was my honour and privilege to conduct the official roll call, beginning with the decade of the 1930s through to present day. It was a truly moving experience to see past and present students stand proudly as their decade was called. Among them was Mrs. Rogers, who is now in her 90s and is a shining example of the school enduring impact. The only student present from the 1930s decade, Mrs. Rogers later returned to the school as a teacher, giving many years of service in education. And I believe this certainly demonstrates the deep connection so many have maintained with the school throughout their lives. I was pleased to see quite a few of my teachers, and I hope they were equally pleased to see me. You wouldn't know it, but I was a bit of a smart aleck as a kid. I probably tested a few of their skills in patience. G'day to Mrs. Talkington, Mrs. Pilcher, Mrs. Disher, and Mr. Hunt, who always took time to play paddle tennis with us kids. And I also got to see the principal's office, where I must admit I had spent a bit of time. These teachers provide education and shape me into the man I am today, and I thank them for it. Perhaps the most touching moment of this celebration came when Mrs. Rogers, the oldest former student, joined the youngest current student to cut the official birthday cake. Deputy Speaker, over the past 160 years, Bowen State School has undergone quite a few changes. It has grown in size, adapted to new technologies, and evolved to meet the changing needs of education. But its core mission remains unchanged: to provide a safe, supportive, and inspiring place for young people to learn and grow. I congratulate Principal Christian Payne Deputy Principal Karen Weeks, staff, parents and volunteers for organising such a spectacular event to mark this very special milestone. Bowen State School is a place of learning. It is the cornerstone of the community of Bowen. May it continue to thrive for many generations to come. Thank you so much to everybody who attended. They came from near and far to attend this very, very special day, and everyone who attended enjoyed themselves. Well done.
Thank you, and I call the Minister for Sport and Communications.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 22nd of August, my friend, the Speaker of the House, joined me at McDowell State School in my electorate of Lilly to deliver the Parliament in Schools program to the Year 6 cohort. The visit was 6 months in the making, ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, a federal election and diary clashes conspiring to postpone the much-anticipated visit 3 times. But persistence paid off, and we were pleased to join the students to debate the biggest issue of the day: does pineapple belong on pizza? The democratic process delivered a resounding no to that question. Much to my chagrin, everybody knows pineapple is essential on a pizza, but I will continue to fight that good fight and hopefully change a few young minds in the future with a more convincing argument. The students then peppered us at question time, demanding answers to questions like, how did you become an MP? Why did you run for Parliament? Who are some of the famous people that you have met? And a special thank you to Principal Aminta Miller and the staff at McDowell State School for making the visit happen despite the obstacles that were thrown our way. And very best wishes for a beautiful Brisbane day for your spring fair coming up to celebrate 50 years of educating young Northsiders. Madam Deputy Speaker, I visited the Kedron Medical Centre and was able to deliver some good news for my constituents. When I hold regular mobile offices, lots of Lilly residents always want to talk to me about bulk billing doctors and how to find a bulk billing doctor. But thanks to the Albanese Labor government's $8 billion strengthening Medicare commitment, the Kedron Medical Centre is now a 100% bulk billing clinic. Joining me was Andrew Cohen, the CEO of the 4Health Group, who said that Kedron Medical Centre is one of the first clinics in their network to transition to 100% bulk billing. Mr Cohen said the change is a direct result of the Albanese government's $8 billion commitment to lift bulk billing rates nationally. From November 1, they expect 7 in every 10 practices in their network to only bulk bill patients, up from 1 in every 10 practices today. These changes will make it easier for Northsiders to find a bulk billing GP, with 90% of GP visits nationally to be bulk billed by 2030. Add this to our Medicare urgent care clinic in Kedron and the largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS. It is clear that the Albanese Labor government is delivering on our promise to tackle the cost of living and ensure Australians are getting the healthcare they need. And Madam Deputy Speaker, with my remaining time, I know you and the Government Whip will join with me in wishing, and the Member for Griffith, wishing our beloved Wallaroos all the very best at the Rugby World Cup. I think their next match is against England, which is no small task, but we know that the girls have the valour and they are up for it, and I want them to know that Australia stands with them. All the very best for the match.
Thank you, and I call the Member for O'Connor.
Deputy Speaker, the contributions of 61 West Australians were recognised in this year's 2025 King's Birthday Honours. So you can imagine how proud I was as the federal member for O'Connor to see 6 local heroes acknowledged with a King's Birthday Honour. 2 Order of Australia medal recipients I have known for many years, so I rise today to congratulate them individually. Russell Thompson is a lifelong farmer from Woodnilling, just down the road from our family farm. Russell received an Order of Australia medal for services to his community of Woodnilling. Russell has served on his local council, the Shire of Woodnilling, since 1982, as Deputy Shire President from 1991, then Shire President from 1995 to 2021, and is still a Shire Councillor to this day. Russell has been an exceptional wheat and sheep farmer, but is also passionate about caring for his country, co-founding the local Wage and Woodnilling Land Care Zone and serving as an active member for over a decade. He was also a founding member of the Blackwood Basin Group, remaining as a member for over 20 years. For his commitment to land care, Russell has received awards and commendations from all levels of government, local, state and federal. So I close by commending Russell on his ultimate honour, the Order of Australia Medal. Ken Clements is another local legend I've known for many years in his capacity as Shire Councillor, Deputy President and President of the Shire of Plantagenet, and through his passion for local history. Ken received his Order of Australia Medal for service to local government and to the community of the Mount Barker region of WA. A Shire Councillor since 1980, Ken was Shire President when I took office in 2013, and we have worked together on many Mount Barker projects, including the Mammoth Sounders Park redevelopment, incorporating sports grounds and a community centre much valued by the local Mount Barker community as well as visitors to the town. In 2009, Ken was acknowledged for his commitment to local government with a Long and Loyal Service Award from the WA Local Government Association, of which he has been a life member since 2016. Ken's passion for local history is embodied in his role as Chair of the Plantagenet Historical Society, where he is a fierce guardian of local artefacts and anecdotes. Ken recently helped secure federal funding to construct a repository to protect the diary minutes, photos and records related to Mount Barker and its surroundings. For 16 years, Ken was co-owner and publican of the Plantagenet Hotel, which has become synonymous with the TV advertisement for Mount Barker free-range chicken. Ken's hospitality providing the obvious answer to the age-old question of just why did the chickens cross the road. I congratulate Ken on this well-deserved honour of an Order of Australia Medal.
I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, Labor is delivering on its social and affordable housing program. It is building momentum. We are up to 5,000 social and affordable homes now completed with federal government investment since the Albanese government was elected. Now, most of these have been built from the ground up, start to finish, across Australia. And these homes are now supporting those doing it tough, from women and children escaping domestic violence to older women at risk of homelessness. These homes have been built across Australia, and we've got 45,000 more to come, and 25,000 social and affordable homes are now in construction and planning. We are getting on and delivering what we promised to the Australian public. And just for the locals at home, our 5% deposit for first home owners and 2% for single parents is now up to 4,080 people that have already taken up that opportunity in the electorate of Lawler. Fantastic news. Deputy Speaker, scammers are targeting Tarneit and Werribee. They're targeting communities nationwide, and our community is on the front line. Recent analysis from a major bank shows Tarneit and Werribee are among Australia's top 5 scam-affected postcodes over the past year and the top 2 in Victoria, both in our electorate of Lawler. This sets off alarm bells for all of us. Alarm bells already heard by this federal government and reflected in legislation to address it, with implementation imminent. In the meantime, the scammers are sophisticated and they're fast-moving, and the biggest threats right now are investment scams, business email compromise, impersonation of trusted brands like banks, the ATO and Australia Post, romance scams and threat and penalty demands. The impact is personal and profound, with savings wiped, invoices diverted, confidence shaken. So my message is simple. Pause before you pay. Don't click on unexpected links or attachments. Don't share personal details. Verify invoices. Make a phone call to make sure you're paying who you think you're paying. Deputy Speaker, finally, I want to mention the recent events in Victoria. The murder of 2 Victorian police officers and the injuring of a 3rd. Officers doing their jobs to keep us safe. 2 of them cut down. I want to send my condolences to family and friends and all the VicPol members who have been touched by this incredible event. I want to thank you for the work to capture the perpetrator and the work on Sunday under trying circumstances in light of that so recent event, keeping Melburnians safe on our streets. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, resumption of debate on the proposed address in reply to the Governor-General's opening speech.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Werewa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm honoured to have been elected again as the member for Werewa to serve in this parliament as the representative of the community I love. The election campaign in Werewa was very different this time to previous campaigns, and one of the key reasons for that was the redistribution that occurred at the end of last year. That redistribution saw Werewa lose the Hillshire parts of West Pennant Hills and Carlingford, and I want to thank the people of West Pennant Hills and Carlingford, whom I had the privilege to represent since my original election to the House in 2016. I enjoyed working with them on improvements to telco in their area, on supporting the local schools and on delivering local road projects there. This election, the redistribution was quite radical, and for the first time a member for Werewa represents the entirety of the Hornsby Shire. And what that involved was the suburb of Waitara and North Epping coming into Hornsby, and those parts of Hornsby, Normanhurst and Asquith, which I previously had not represented, becoming part of the Werewa electorate. It is very good to have the Hornsby Shire represented by one Member of Parliament, and it means that I can work very closely with my good friend the Mayor of Hornsby, Warren Waddell, to deliver outcomes for our electorate alongside the very good state members that are in the Hornsby Shire. As well as North Epping, we took on Epping from Bennelong. Epping is in the Parramatta Council area, and it's traditionally been a more Labor voting area, even in the time when John Howard represented Epping. And I want to pay particular tribute to John Howard and to John Alexander, who represented Epping and North Epping previously for our party. Both of them came campaigning with me at this election, and both of them gave me good advice on representing the people of Epping. I'm looking forward to representing these areas, and as I've been out and about talking to local sporting groups, to the Civic Trust, to some of the church groups, to door knocking in these areas and getting to know these communities better, it's been a great privilege to find some of the challenges. In particular, I'm looking forward to representing more of the business community in Hornsby and in Waitara, and to being a strong voice for them, as I have been for other parts of my electorate as well. I think in the context of the last federal election campaign, perhaps too little has been played to the effect of the redistribution on the result, and the way in which, particularly in New South Wales, that changed a number of the compositions of a number of our electorates, making them naturally less safe than they had previously been, but also affected how the seats fell more broadly. I want to also take this opportunity to put on record my thanks to the former leader of our party, Peter Dutton. There have been lots of unfair reflections on Peter since the election. I want to state on the record that even when Peter and I had disagreements from time to time, he was always thoroughly decent to deal with. He always treated me with great respect. And on two of the most important issues facing our country and the world today, particularly the dreadful rise of anti-Semitism in Australia and standing with our Western Liberal Democratic ally and security partner, the State of Israel, Peter Dutton showed magnificent leadership, and for that he will never, ever be forgotten. And I want to thank him for his service and his leadership. I also want to acknowledge his staff, in particular Alex Dalgleish, who was his Chief of Staff, with whom I always had good relationships with, even when famously I took a very different position on the referendum on the voice to Parliament. I continued to have a very warm relationship with Alex and with Michelle Hutchinson, who was his principal legal advisor. They were the two people I dealt with, and even when I was drafting private members' bills or doing work, I always benefited from their support and help. And I also want to acknowledge my friend Andrew Hurst, the Federal Director of the Liberal Party. It is a thankless task being a party official, but Andrew does that job with great distinction. We are in a period now as a party where we need to reflect on what were the reasons that we lost nationally and what can we do to bring ourselves back and prepare ourselves to be a government in the future that is based on basic liberal principles, but that is in touch particularly with the concerns of families in the suburbs. If we are constantly thinking about how do we make life better for young families in the suburbs, particularly around housing, around education, around the needs and challenges of raising families, I think that is a good foundation to anchor ourselves. They are, in some respects, the forgotten people of the present era. They and the many people from who spring from those communities who are engaged in small business. We need to remind people not just of the economic benefit of being involved in small business, but the moral benefit. Putting forward sacrifice, offering to employ people, creating opportunities for people and aspiring to a better future for your family. That is fundamentally what our party has always been about. I particularly want to take this opportunity to thank some of the people without whom I wouldn't be here. And I want to note in particular my wonderful conference president, Michael McCauley. Michael is a tremendous person, a barrister, a former president of the St Thomas More Society, a bioethicist. As he said repeatedly in my community, he's either the actual godfather or the metaphorical godfather to about half of the electorate. And he did a wonderful job running my conference. It is a very cohesive and diverse conference in terms of political opinion, and Michael is warmly respected. Michael follows in the footsteps of Senator Maria Kovacic, who was my previous conference president before she went into the Senate, and Matt Cross, now the state member for Davidson. I just want to quash all rumours. I don't think Michael is going to seek election to public office, but he's a wonderful friend and wise counsellor and hugely respected across my community. And I lean very heavily on Michael for advice and counsel, and he's just been absolutely wonderful to me. I want to thank the other members of the conference executive, including Warren Waddell and Helen McNamee, who've served as vice presidents of the conference. Warren, of course, has now become the Mayor of Hornsby, and he is doing a wonderful job. For the first time in a very long time, we have a mayor who understands the people who live and work in the other side of the Galston Gorge, who have a traditional farming background, and Warren's a fifth-generation farmer in our community. I want to also acknowledge the outstanding work of my conference secretary, Tom Green. Tom's political skills are second to none, and I was very lucky to have Tom run my campaign alongside Tracy Shute. And Tom has walked this journey with me for many, many years before I was a Member of Parliament, so particular thanks to Tom. Tracy Shute also led my office across most of the last term. It was a unique term with many challenges. I think in some respects I lived more than 3 years of a political life in the 3 years of the last term. But Tracy did a phenomenal job keeping our team focused, assisting me best represent the people of Werewa. She dealt with a major office restructure, an office refit, me being in and out of the shadow cabinet, the big referendum, and then all of the events that have occurred since October 7 and the enormous projection that put onto our office of people not only from our electorate but from around the country calling to the office, offering support, seeking succour, and so on. And Tracy and the team did a wonderful job. I want to acknowledge the other people that worked in my office, and I want to disabuse people. I haven't had a big staff turnover, and I don't have a huge army of people working for me, but I have a lot of part-time people that have worked, and I want to acknowledge everyone's contribution. I want to particularly acknowledge Lisa Forrest and Karolina Palczynski. Karolina particularly has been with me for the entirety of the term and helped serve our wonderful constituents. Clayton Hopper, who's my media advisor. Lisa has taken over as office manager. Ava Davidson, who's been my EA. Noah McCarthy, Natalie Yeoman, Eliza Brown, Zach Tang, Locke and Josh Dale. Charlie Stevenson. In the earlier part of the term, I was honoured to have Paul Ritchie work with me. Paul is one of the heroes of the Liberal Party. He has been an extraordinary storyteller, writer and speechwriter for, I think, 4 leaders of our party at the state and federal level, and I was hugely fortunate to have him work with me with his great good counsel and wise judgment and experience. I want to acknowledge Liat Granot, Graham Bannerman, who worked with me as shadow attorney and has come back again to work with me again, Anna Coote, Emma Rogers, the wonderful Annette McHugh, Ross McDonald, Tracy Barracliff, Sarah Greenbaum and Muzzle Tov to Sarah on the birth of Ella, Rowena Bennett, Willie Lee, Jemima Collins, David Mitchell and Aaron Fawcett. In addition to my hard-working team, there was the wonderful members of the Blue Crew who helped to ensure that I was elected, and I want to thank all the people who participated in the various aspects of the campaign, in particular people who led the major efforts for the election. Stephen O'Doherty and Georgina Kelly, Peter Book, Keith and Joanne Anderson, Neil Gleeson and Srini Pilamari, who did such a terrific job at the various pre-poll locations. Graham Bateman, who flawlessly again ran our train station operation, and Phil Hare, despite the personal challenges in his own family, continued to coordinate our street stalls. want to thank everybody who came and was involved in the wonderful Super Saturday and Super Sunday of door knocking that's become a feature of the Werewa campaigns, and in particular the young Liberals from the Hornsby Werewa Young Liberals, and also the young Liberals from the Mitchell Conference who came to assist as well. We door knocked hundreds and hundreds of homes in the more densely populated areas of the electorate on those days. And I also want to thank Vinay Mann, who led the phone canvassing operation. I'm only able to be a member of the Blue Crew I'm only able to be the member for Werewa because of the wonderful work of my supporters in the Blue Crew. One of the things that I particularly focused on for the election campaign was a number of commitments that I want to see made to different organisations in my community that are crying out for infrastructure upgrades. And I'm probably the least sporting person in the Parliament, but I've ended up, I hear my friend the member for Barker have a chuckle at that, because it's almost certainly true. One of the things I prided myself on is supporting the sporting communities, because the sporting communities are the hub of our community more broadly. And if we had been elected, it would have been such a good thing for our community, because our sporting communities have some of the worst infrastructure in the entire state, if not the country. And I want to say to the sporting communities where we made commitments, I will continue to fight for you to get upgrades, the upgrades you so strongly deserve across the term. I was proud to stand with the North Epping Rangers and the North Epping Bulls to seek upgrades of the clubhouse at North Epping Oval. Those are wonderful clubs whose sports include cricket, netball, soccer, and among others, and they are the absolute hub of that community, and it was wonderful to be able to do something with the North Epping community, and I'm going to continue to do so. Similarly, the Werewa Football Club that is desperate for new facilities, particularly to accommodate the expansion of female players, both in soccer and in cricket, and an upgrade of the changing facilities is 40 years overdue. For 2 elections now, I've fought alongside the West Pennant Hills Cherrybrook Football Club to improve the facilities at Campbell Park, including a Campbell Park clubhouse upgrade, and they do need an oval upgrade. I mean, I can't remember a worse winter season than the 2 winters that we've had in terms of the amount of rain, and the difficulty of going back onto the Campbell Park swimming pool, it sometimes looks, rather than the Campbell Park Oval. I want to acknowledge the wonderful work at Normanhurst of the Normanhurst Eagles and the Normanhurst Werewa Cricket Club. These are spectacular soccer and cricket clubs, and again, they have a clubhouse from the 70s. It's not DDA compliant. The doors are often missing to the change rooms. One occasion I went down there and there was one of the glasses to one of the change rooms, one of the glass windows to the change rooms were smashed in. These are great clubs, and great clubs deserve great facilities, so I will continue to fight for them. And they were the major projects. There's a number of smaller projects that I've encouraged my state and council colleagues to help back, so we can try and deliver some of their facilities earlier than after the next election, should we win. The first one is the Hawkesbury River Dragons, who are looking for an upgrade to their storage facilities at Brooklyn. They are a wonderful dragon boat club, and I enjoyed so much spending time with them. That they are the best of what a sporting club is all about. The Dangar Island Bowling Club, where there is a great hub for live music in my electorate, needs a place where they can have a permanent stage and facilities there to keep them dry and keep them safe. The Werewa Disability Services, an organisation that runs a Steiner school for people with disability and uses agricultural pursuits to improve and enhance the lives of people with disability. They were looking to get an upgrade for some of their livestock management to enable them to use livestock education, agricultural education, to try and assist the students and to give them all the opportunities that they were looking for. The Hills District Netball Association, Hornsby Ku-ring-gai Basketball Association and Hornsby PCYC, they all need security upgrades, and I would have loved to see them, and I'll continue to fight for them to get better access to CCTV and better access to better lighting at their areas. In particular, the Hornsby District Netball Association. I've been very concerned about girls that are going to netball training not being safe when they go to use the toilets because of unsavoury people hanging around there. We need to ensure people can go to those facilities very safely. And the Hillside RFS to improve their telecommunications. People who've seen me in the Parliament over the last 9 years have seen how hard I've fought and delivered better telecommunications for our electorate. Try to upgrade their telecommunications continues to be a battle that I'm fighting. The Wiseman's Ferry Men's Shed's done a wonderful job attracting local people to come and see Wiseman's Ferry, one of the original Macquarie towns, and what a create a more meaningful experience for people there. The Asquith Scout Hall needs new toilet facilities, and again, from opposition, we will continue to fight for these things. I want to say something about Epping because of the particular challenges that Epping and North Epping face from two particular challenges. The first is traffic. For too long, the fact that there has been Hornsby Council in North Epping and Parramatta Council in Epping, and the two councils do not talk to each other, has been to the disadvantage of the people of Epping and North Epping. Everyone in Epping and North Epping talks to me about how bad the traffic is. And as the government rams more people, the state government particularly rams more people in there, and as the new towers are built and so on, we're not getting new spaces, we're not getting new parking, we're not getting new roads. That's why I fought hard to create a traffic study, the first since 2018, the first since those towers have started going up, to try and work out, do we have the best configuration of traffic flows across Epping and North Epping? Everyone acknowledges the problem, no one agrees on the solution, and that's why we need to get a traffic study happening there. Secondly, and I said it on a few occasions since the election, the parking situation in Epping is dire. People are not able to get to the doctor, people are not able to get to the shops, businesses are missing out on customers who need to use their services and facilities, and the quality of life for the people of Epping and North Epping just isn't what it should be for one of the most livable and beautiful areas of Sydney. And as we see more tower blocks proposed for Epping and North Epping, the state government has this bizarre idea, and I want to be bipartisan about it. It was the same bizarre idea that the state government had when we were in government, that somehow if you live in an apartment building and you're close to a train station, you don't need parking, or not every unit needs parking. I think that is a ridiculous idea, and all that does is add to already parked out streets. What Epping and North Epping desperately needs, but particularly the Epping Town Centre, is an increase in parking. Now, Parramatta Council has some plans on exhibition, or they've had some plans on exhibition, for some changes to the traffic movement and some changes to the streetscape of the Epping Town Centre. And they're doing something with the car park there. But I think we desperately need to deliver more public car parking for Epping. Epping will continue to be a difficult and dysfunctional centre if the parking issues are not addressed. And whether that is the council and the state government negotiating with the landholders there, that as they develop their sites, that they need to set aside some provision for public car parking in those new sites that are being developed, whether it is doing something with the council-owned land to improve the parking there. We just cannot keep having a situation where one of the busiest areas of Sydney, a fundamental transport interchange, an area where people are coming to live because of its great lifestyle, its proximity to the centre of the metro, the centre of travel to the north and south of Sydney, that it is inadequately served by parking. Epping is a wonderful area and it could be so much more wonderful, but we've got to get the traffic and parking under control. Deputy Speaker, as I said, going forward as a party, we need to look to the future with fresh perspectives. As Australians rejected what we took to the last election. They've rejected the way we've conducted ourselves as a party, and they've rejected the politics of the past. I want to give Australians a chance to elect a coalition government at the next election, one that represents them, one that represents the people of my electorate, with a clear plan to tackle cost of living, to stand with families and to support some of the most vulnerable people who too often fall through the cracks. We need a strong plan to keep Australia safe from the hateful unrest in our streets. I cannot remember a time, Deputy Speaker, when we have seen the level of lawlessness in our country what it is today. We need our police officers to enforce the law. We need a government that takes the security of our citizens seriously and always puts it first. So I want to restore security to our streets. I want to restore to young Australians the hope of home ownership. I want to support our young people, support our Indigenous people and preserve the beautiful area, not just of our country, but of my electorate. And I'm honoured to have been chosen yet again to serve the wonderful people of Werewa.
Thank you. And I call the Minister for Communications and Sport.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and recognise the First Nations communities that call my very own electorate home the Turrbal and Jagera people. Modern Australia stands on the shoulders of 1,600 generations of Indigenous history, culture and knowledge, and we are always lucky to be able to listen and learn from our first Australians. I rise today, re-elected by the locals of Lilly, with the privilege and responsibility of representing my Northside community for another term in this amazing place, and I want to thank the people of Lilly once again, placing their trust in me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to ensure all local voices and concerns are heard, whether they voted for me or not. This 48th Parliament is unique in that it now looks more like Australia than it ever has. I'm beyond proud to see our government representing Australians from all walks of life. The decisions of this Parliament will shape our country for generations to come, and it's especially encouraging to see young Australians gaining a foothold in both houses. From our newest Gen Z representatives to our growing millennial contingent, which now number more than 20% in the House, our community now recognises itself more on the benches of Parliament. And I know I'm so proud from when I gave my first speech in July 2019, millennials were less than 10%. That has now doubled to more than 20%. And like all of my colleagues who serve in this place, we do so at the behest of our constituents. But none of us could fulfil our role without the support and sacrifice of our families. Celeste, Oshin, Dashiell, no matter what happens here in Canberra or around the country, you are my greatest privilege. And to our Director of Household Operations, Finn, wherever I go, you stand beside me. Nothing is possible without you. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge and thank my local Lilly campaign team who worked tirelessly to support my re-election. As all local members, I might be a tad biased, but I do think my local team is one of the very best. From our proud branch members to local volunteers, family, friends, my staff and the wider Labor movement, I say thank you. It was a very busy 12 months in Queensland on the campaign front, and balancing work commitments and life is hard enough as it is without electorate fate stacking consecutive campaigns on top of each other. It was tough. My team is tougher. As usual, there are far too many people to list, but if you'll indulge me, I want to take the chance to acknowledge a very special few. Warren and Kate Derrington, Graham Appleton, Christine and Megan O'Keefe, Sophia and Bella Scattini, Kath Palmer, Faye Clark and Anne Mallee, and Kim and Wayne Swan. Running as a local member is just not possible on your own. It is truly a team sport. None of this is possible without the countless early mornings and sometimes very late nights. Throughout the campaign, my local colleagues were a constant source of love and support. Being able to lean on friendly faces and sound out local issues is more valuable than you can imagine. Thank you. When I was elected in 2019, the federal electorate of Lilly was an island, the northernmost Labor-held seat in Queensland, located on the northern suburbs of Brisbane. On May 3rd, I was very pleased to see this change, and change in a big way. We've now welcomed a host of friendly new neighbours: Emma Comer, the new member for Petrie, Ailey France, the new member for Dixon, and Madonna Jarrett, the new member for Brisbane. I look forward to joining forces to deliver for our respective Northside communities. In the Senate, I welcome my friend and colleague Corinne Mulholland, whose office is located right in the heart of my Lilly electorate. I know that Corinne will represent the people of Queensland with great enthusiasm and tireless energy. And across the river, the ranks of our Brisbane Labor team swelled even further with the election of Rowan Holzberger, the new member for Ford, Renee Coffey, the new member for Griffith, Cara Cook, the new member for Bonner, and my dear friend Julianne Campbell, the new member for Moreton. And I was even happier to relinquish the northernmost electorate title to the new member for Leichhardt, Matt Smith. I look forward to the new and expanded Queensland team kicking even more goals in the 48th Parliament than Brisbane Broncos captain Adam Reynolds, now the second highest goal scorer in NRL history after fellow Queenslander Cam Smith. Since the election, I have been out in our Lilly community at mobile offices, community events, and more recently at our own Lilly Business Roundtable. Northsiders are a rightfully parochial bunch. We know we live in the best part of Brisbane, in the best country in the world, Queensland. And like the rest of this country, Lilly residents have been experiencing those same cost of living pressures that were fuelled by high inflation. And what they've been telling me as their local MP is that the measures the Albanese government has taken to ease those cost of living pressures and tame the inflation beast are making a difference. 23,694 Lilly residents have just received 20% off their HECS debt. My constituents have also saved another $11.8 million on cheaper medicines since we were first elected to government. There have been more than 20,000 visits to our Northside Urgent Care Clinic since it's opened in December 2023. And just last week, I visited the Kedron Medical Centre, which has just become a 100% bulk billing clinic. Their CEO told me that this is one of the first clinics in the For Health network to transition to 100% bulk billing as a direct result of the Albanese government's $8 billion commitment to lifting bulk billing rates nationwide. From November 1, they expect 7 in every 10 practices in their network to only bulk bill patients, up from 1 in every 10 practices today. That is good news for Northsiders. And in more good news, I'm looking forward to getting back home to talk to people about our 5% home deposits that now start on the 1st of October. 30% of Lilly residents are renters, which is much higher than both the Queensland and national statistics. This will help so many people in Lilly get into their own home sooner, cutting years off the time that it has been taking to save for a deposit. And they won't have to pay a single dollar in mortgage insurance. Their ability to service that mortgage will also be helped thanks to the 7 consecutive quarters of growth in real wages under our government. Over the next 3 years, I look forward to delivering more cost of living relief for Lilly residents. Alongside the privilege of being a local member, it has been an honour to serve in my role as Minister for Communications and Sport. Communications touches all Australians in one way or another, whether it's keeping grandparents in Lilly connected with their grandkids, ensuring those in remote Australia have access to fast and reliable broadband and good mobile coverage. I will never stop working to ensure Australians are connected. From Broome to Bendigo, from the Pilbara to Palm Island, Australians deserve to connect with confidence. It is critical that a country as vast as Australia prioritises connectivity regardless of postcode. That is my priority, and the Albanese government will continue delivering a better connected continent for all Australians. Within the sport portfolio, I am thrilled to be delivering Australia's high-performance athletes along with the next generation through an investment in better sports facilities throughout the country. On the pathway to Brisbane 2032, the Albanese government has announced a record $489 million for high-performance sport over the first 2 years of the Olympic and Paralympic cycle. This is the largest ever government investment in Olympic and Paralympic sports to help Australian athletes achieve success on the world stage. We are continuing to back our athletes at the elite and grassroots level. That is why I'm proud to be leading the delivery of the $200 million Play Our Way program, the largest ever sporting fund specifically for women and girls, which will help develop the next generation of athletes. We know there are too many women and girls who are changing in men's dressing rooms and playing on poor courts and fields. Through Play Our Way, almost 300 programs are being delivered throughout Australia. Everyone has a right to enjoy sport at every level, and this program helps get more women and girls taking part. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am determined to be a good ancestor, and there's no better time than now. So let's take action, leave this place in better condition than we found it, and build a future our kids can enjoy for generations to come. I thank the House.
Thank you very much. I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to rise today to follow my good friend, the member for Werewa, who I congratulate on his re-election, my neighbour in Sydney, and obviously welcome a very tough contest that he was returned by the people of Werewa to serve them. And in my community in the Hills District, I also want to open in this Parliament by thanking them again for their endorsement of me as a local member and their support to continue in the 3 years to represent them in this Parliament. It's been a great privilege for me to represent all of the communities of the electorate of Mitchell since 2007. However, we now have a very reduced electorate, and this election saw a redistribution which saw the loss of the suburbs of Box Hill and Nelson, which were vibrant parts, and a lot of Rouse Hill, very special parts of the Mitchell electorate that we saw leave to Greenway at this election, and Obviously, it was sad to see them go, and I still miss them in terms of the connected community that we have with Kellyville and the rest of the Hills district. However, that is the theme of the times in the Sydney equation. The growth that is being put upon us by the New South Wales Labor State Government, the lion's share of the new housing is being asked to be met by the northwest of Sydney. In the initial proposal, up to 30,000 new dwellings in already overloaded suburbs under the government's priority housing precincts. Through the community's action, through the Hills District's action, we put together a petition which has seen 20,000 people sign it and submit it to the State Parliament of New South Wales, and the government already has relented and downscaled the amount of housing that they are proposing my community take in our federal electorate. Now, this is a good move and a welcome move, but we ask the state government, and my priority as your local member for the term ahead will be to say to the state government, if you're going to increase the densities to that level on one community in the northwest of Sydney, you must provision infrastructure and you must provision the necessary services that our community will want. At the moment, there is no plan for an additional school. And to say even 20,000 new residents with no additional public school isn't an acceptable position from a state government, especially a Labor state government, I must say. The Rouse Hill Hospital, which the member for Greenway spoke about extensively in the campaign, more delays to the funding and the building of the Rouse Hill Hospital that was commissioned by a Liberal government, the land secured for a Liberal government, and the site prepared and ready with the funding put aside, that has still not commenced. We also had the ridiculous situation where the state government announced there would be no maternity facility at a brand new public hospital in the biggest growth corridor of the biggest city in our country. Now, I commend the member for Greenway for getting that reversed, and good on her. We all took the same view early on. This was ridiculous, and she was, I think, president of the Labor Party in New South Wales at the time. But I'd just say to her and the state Labor government, how could you possibly, in 2025, propose a brand new public hospital without maternity services in the biggest growth corridor in the biggest city in the biggest in our country? Completely ridiculous issues like that where the community has to waste enormous amounts of time fighting for basic common sense out of government policy. Now, we've got the maternity services are going to come, but the hospital hasn't started, even though we now are looking at the 5th or 6th or 7th year of the need for this hospital being well established, provided for on the land and the site secured, and we're ready to go. This has got to get underway. This is a top priority. And for Premier Minns to say to us we're going to have an additional 20,000 residents when we already need our public hospital built, this is really where the priority is. Better infrastructure and services. The funds need to be provided at the same time as the houses and the dwellings. It isn't acceptable for a state government to say to a community, take these additional dwellings without those services. So we've got a good fight on our hands. Our community is up for it. The 20,000 petitioners have already got a win. We have seen a downscaling of these zonings and we have seen some sensible adjustment. I'll also say to the Albanese government, and I think Minister King in the previous government promised infrastructure funding, and she actually made some announcements with the member for Greenway, including a huge amount of money, $500 million for parks, regional parks, one of which is in my electorate. And we're going to hold the government to account for every single cent of that money, which is an enormous amount of money for 3 sites in Sydney, I must say, to being spent on the proper infrastructure provision within Sydney electorates. Now, some people will say they're good announcements, but we still can't get details or answers to basic questions about where are these parks, what are they for, what regional precincts are they intending to create, and just because they were election announcements committed to and now they have not been forgotten because the Albanese government has won the election, they need to come forward with this money and provide for this critical infrastructure in parts of Sydney. So I'll be holding them to account on that. Deputy Speaker, it's the case in my electorate that obviously the signal that was sent to us as a Liberal Party here in Canberra, but also to me as a representative, was that they wanted us to do better, in particular on the economy. The economy continues to be the #1 issue in Sydney. The cost of living is through the roof, And it isn't just the mantra that people use every day about the cost of living. I can say and attest to house personal anecdotes within my street. A property sold this month for $2.3 million, which would have been about $1 million 10 years ago. Prices in Sydney are through the roof. The average price in my electorate's heading towards $1.6 million for a basic dwelling. This is unsustainable price growth already. And so I do question and caution the government about its 5% deposit guarantee, which they have been trumpeting, and which is worth trying as a policy, but to apply it to properties up to 1.6 million, to have 5% with no income limits on 1.6 million does create a lot of questions. One of those questions is, have they modelled the impact on prices in major cities of all these new buyers being given, in effect, guarantees to access the market in a demand-driven way? We already have 10 and 20% price increases in recent times. Will this increase prices further? Some economists say it will. How will that help people if prices continue to rise in these unsustainable fashions? And so the government needs to be very careful about the impact of its policy at this point in time on pushing up prices, especially in metropolitan cities, the unintended consequence of this policy, and it could be real. There's no point hitching someone on a 5% deposit to an unsustainable price if that price is going to continue to rise because of these demand-driven policies. There are no more supply. Even with the Premier's good intention to have fast-tracked homes and fast-track projects, they're still 2 to 3 years away in Sydney. I want to remind this House that at the end of World War II, the state of New South Wales built more houses than we did in the last year at the end of World War II, with a population differential of a much substantially lower population. More houses built in the year following the end of World War II in our state, the biggest economy in the biggest state, than the houses that were completed in the last year with the demand and the population through the roof so many years later. This is a huge problem. So prices are going to continue to increase, and the cost of housing and now the cost of rents, unsustainable rent increases are still coming across the city of Sydney. People are getting rent increases again, big ones. This is going to continue to be a drama, and the government says, well, we've got a fund where the earnings off the fund will build a few houses. This is not going to solve the problem. It doesn't matter when the fund comes online. Even small increases in the amount of social housing, this will not solve the basic economic problem in our major cities where unsustainable price rises for housing and now rents are causing a cost of living crisis. People are paying more for their mortgages, even with interest rate reductions, just because the prices are going through the roof. With their deposits lower, they'll still pay an enormous amount of their disposable income into mortgages over longer. Rents are through the roof. People can't afford to rent. So we do have social challenges in front of us that are immediate and require much more urgent action from state and federal governments in terms of unlocking cheaper and more sustainable housing for all kinds of people who are seeking housing in the market. All constructors and builders will tell you in Sydney today you could probably not build a house in New South Wales at the moment for less than something like $400,000 minimum. Why should that be the case? That is the minimum house cost before you get to the price of the land. We need to provide cheaper housing solutions and more of it and much, much faster if we are to really seriously tackle this issue. So I flag again to the state government in particular, but also to the federal government and its housing policies, this is not going to be sufficient to reduce price. Prices are going to continue to rise unsustainably. It's not going to put downward pressure on rents. Rents are going up. And yet we don't see any policies that are cutting through to reduce the actual cost of construction, to reduce the release of land, to see more cheaper dwellings built in a faster way. And this is going to get even more urgent in coming years. So it will be incumbent upon parties like the Liberal Party as well to have good quality housing policy at the next election. It's something that we will absolutely be committed to working on and making sure that we can cut through this cost dynamic and make sure that we do put downward pressure to make sure people can afford to rent and afford to live. We've also seen cost of living pressures placed on every kind of business around the country, and having been elevated to be the Shadow Minister for Industry and Innovation, what shocked me the most about getting an update from every major business around the country in the industry space is a lot of them are on their knees in terms of profitability, in terms of their ability to compete internationally, and almost all substantial heavy industry businesses across the country are asking for a handout from the government or a bailout from the government, and they have serious reasons to do so. The government's response, of course, has been to have funds like the National Reconstruction Fund and Future Made in Australia Fund to hand out money to businesses. We still question the wisdom of this approach because the government continues to increase the cost of doing business. Energy costs are through the roof, not just for consumers, but for manufacturing and domestic industries. Wages are, by deliberate design, being pushed as high as possible, even though we've seen today profitability in all major sectors, in many cases negative, in some cases very low, profitability falling, wages are going up unsustainably versus profitability. And of course we have cost and regulation imposition from our net zero commitments, our carbon taxes, all of the things that are being imposted on businesses in Australia. So costs go through the roof, industrial costs, cost of doing business costs, all costs of components coming into the country are more, everything is costing more. And yet what we see from the government is, I will give you a small bit of public money. And so rather than focus on the core of the problem, which is how do we have reduced cost structures, what is the competitive advantage Australia can see again? Can we have a reduced power cost profile for manufacturing? Well, there is no solution to that, and there is no solution coming forward. All industrial users report the cost of energy, the cost of their new contracts is much higher than their existing contracts. We have no industrial relief, the government will provide none, and the Productivity Roundtable produced exactly 0 ideas that the government has said they will agree to on lowering costs through productivity. So what is the government's response to whole sectors of our industry being on its knees? Well, they say we've got some government public money that we're going to borrow and put into some funds and ask them to give you a bit of to keep your operations going for a while. That doesn't smell like success to me. We do need a Future Made in Australia policy that recognises the cost structures of doing business in Australia and our international competitiveness are at record lows. Private sector investment is at a record low in Australia. Even the Treasurer has discovered this is a problem, even if it was by reading the book Abundance, I understand. I actually endorse the book Abundance because it actually says what people on the left of centre should have realised for a long time. You can't kill the private sector. We need it to pay the bills. That's the essence of the book. And so I do endorse that. Yes, we do need the private sector to survive. They do something useful for the government. Yeah, they do pay the bills. So I welcome that he's found it. I'd say to him, we must do more to make Australia competitive again and see growth again. And if there's zero private sector investment, and anecdotally, big business chambers and some of the biggest business representatives that have come to see me across the country, and I won't identify them here because everyone lives in terror of the Albanese government's majority, super majority, but they made the point, I think, quite sensibly, and they had gone through all of their members all around the country, big businesses, everyone that does a lot of foreign investment, and they looked at the state of Victoria as a one case study. And they'd said there had been basically no big new private sector investments in Victoria for 2 to 3 years. Nothing has come on. Now, this is now look, I'm from New South Wales. I love Sydney, and I'm not a huge fan of Melbourne in the Sydney-Melbourne dynamic. But I will say this: I don't find it good that the state of Victoria there is no new private sector investment. There must be new big-scale private sector investment in the state of Victoria and Melbourne. So whatever settings are broken down there in the government, whatever they're doing to discourage private sector investment, you need this. And if you don't believe me, you don't have to believe me. I don't ask any government members to actually listen to me at all. But grab Abundance and open it up and have a look, and that's what it says in there, right? Abundance says that, right? And that's all the rage in lefty circles. So have a look at it, and it says don't kill the private sector in your state because they have to pay the bills at the end of the day, right? So you should really pay attention to Abundance. Don't listen to a word I'm saying, right? I honestly don't. I honestly say don't do it. But I'm not saying it's a good book. Read it. I encourage everybody and my left-wing friends to read Abundance. The settings for Australia are quite serious. We're at a time where, our cost structures are going through the roof. And that's why the Reserve Bank Governor warned, not well picked up, but she warned very clearly that there would be no price deflation in the foreseeable future. Now, that wasn't widely reported. But what that means is the cost of everything, nothing is going down in the foreseeable future. So costs are going to remain unsustainably high for all our goods and services. So whether wages try and catch up with prices, she's saying they're not going to do that, But normally we would have periods of price deflation or where costs and things come down, and there would be a catching up because of downward pressure as well as upward pressure. The Reserve Bank Governor is signalling to the government, to the economy, we're in for a difficult time. There will be no price deflation. It's a very serious warning that hasn't got enough attention, in my opinion, because prices are going to stay very high. So the government does need to pay attention to this. More regulation is not the answer. More and more difficult regulation is not the answer. There were some of the world-leading records in regulation in terms of our business sectors, and our competitive advantages have been eroded over time, and sometimes by deliberate design, sometimes accidentally, to be fair to the government, sometimes because things have changed under us. But all of it acting together means our country needs a new economic compact to be able to see more growth, to see our cost structures come down. It will be unsustainable for the government to hand out and subsidise sector after sector with public finances. We're already seeing the broken nature of this model. So we must come up with cost competitive and pro-economy models. The government started by saying we would do that's exactly what we would do. We would have a productivity summit, we'd have an economic roundtable. We're all still waiting for the memo of what happened at the economic roundtable. What came out of the economic roundtable? You know, where are these productivity measures? What is going to happen to our economy? Well, the government's gone silent on that. So either they've got some really, really good ideas from the summit and they haven't told us about them yet and they're working on them, or they're working on other things that they came up with that they already had agreed to. Well, we're going to find out which. Or they still don't know what they're going to do about it. Now, I'm thinking we don't have a lot of time on this. The cost pressures in most businesses that they come to me and say their profits are thin, very, very thin. Their margins have dropped in small, medium and large businesses. Large businesses are asking for bailouts and handouts. Medium and small businesses collapsing at record levels, insolvencies through the roof. This is more than just the post-COVID period. That is not the answer to what we're seeing. There are serious collapses of small and micro and medium businesses in our country, and that cannot be explained by the post-COVID period. And the government's response so far is to say we've had a summit. Now, that's fine if it produces results, to be frank, but if it doesn't produce results, we're going to see these trends continue. No private sector investment. We're going to see housing costs, the costs of doing business soar, business collapses or increase, and the public finances can't get us through this period. There's only so many times the government can pay a small amount off a person's power bill or hand out a bit of money to a business to keep going. The public finances will not sustain that in the long run. We must bring down costs and see cost structures come down and improve our competitive advantages. And we can do these things. We have energy abundance, and yet we're charging the highest rates for power of all developed countries on our own citizens and businesses. Why are we doing that when we have all the resources in the world? We need to be smarter and better and take a pure economic focus into the next few years, or we are sleepwalking into a disaster. And so with that in mind, for the next 3 years, that will be my prime focus, improving the ability for the private sector and our economy to, again, do the heavy lifting for Australia in growth, in prosperity, and also the bonus for the Labor Party is they're going to pay the government's bills too. And so the government's going broke. The answer is not to do more taxes. It's not to introduce more charges on people. Let's grow the economy again. Let's listen to abundance. Let's have abundance. Let's bring it back. I don't care if you do that in a left-wing context or a right-wing context. Abundance means we grow the economy, we let people succeed again, we stop holding them back, as the Prime Minister might say. Well, we're holding back the Australian economy at the moment. We can do better. We will do better. We might need to change the government to do that, but we will support any measure from the government that reduces taxes or increases productivity in the meantime. We await with bated breath to see if they'll do it.
Thank you. And I call the Minister for Northern Australia and Resources.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It remains a great privilege today, as it was just over 9 years ago when I was first elected, to be here in the Australian Parliament, re-elected as the member for Brand in this 48th Parliament. I'm deeply honoured that the community I was born in, grew up in and live in have chosen to elect me for a fourth time to represent them and the wider community of Western Australia. As many know, I was born in Callista at the Kwinana Maternity Hospital, which was built for the community that emerged to build and then to support the extraordinary Kwinana Industrial Precinct, which has been integral to the WA economy since it was created in the 50s, and it remains to this day. I've spent much of my life in Shoalwater and Rockingham, and I'm very honoured to represent my hometown here. In March this year, Western Australians also expressed their strong support for my friend, a member for Kwinana, Premier Roger Cook, and elected him and his government for another term. I want to congratulate the state MPs in the Brand electorate, Magenta Marshall, Rhys Whitby, Paul Papalia and Premier Cook himself, and I look forward to working with each of them over the coming term on continuing to build our community together. And at the opposite end of the Perth metropolitan area, I want to congratulate my good friend and WA Labor President Lorna Clark, MLA, the newly elected member for Butler. It's fair to say federal Labor in WA has come a long way since I was first elected in 2016. On the eve of my first election, the Australian Labor Party held just 3 Western Australian seats in this federal parliament. After the 2nd of July 2016, Labor held 5 seats in WA. In 2022, that number increased again to 9, and after the recent 2025 election, Labor now holds 11 of the 16 seats in Western Australia. That support is founded on a great many things, such as trust in our government to deliver on our promises, to deal with the unexpected challenges that inevitably arise, and to implement policies that reflect the concerns and needs of the community. But also it is due in large part to the hard work of our great candidates and their teams of volunteers and supporters and the commitment of their families. I want to acknowledge Trish Cook, the first member for Bullwinkle, our new member for Moore, Tom French, our new WA Senator, Ellie Whittaker, Tanya Lawrence, the member for Hasluck, Tracy Roberts, the member for Pearce, Patrick Gorman, the member for Perth, Zanita Mascarenas, the member for Swan, and Sam Lim, the member for Tangney. And also those I was first elected with in 2016, Matt Keogh, the member for Burt, Anna Lee, the member for Cowan, and Josh Wilson, the member for Fremantle. And I also want to congratulate Senator Varun Ghosh on his first election to the Senate after his appointment in February 24. Senator Sue Lyons, I congratulate her also in being elected once again as Senate President. And a very special acknowledgement to Senator Glenn Still, an extraordinary advocate for Northern Australia who has served WA for 20 years in the other place. I see him regularly in the Kimberley and the Pilbara, doing great things, representing the long haulage truckies that make this country tick and helping out the communities by personally driving many thousands of kilometres to deliver donated mattresses and other goods for those who need it in the north. I congratulate all new members and senators. I've enjoyed many in the varied first speeches of the new parliamentarians. There are far too many new MPs and senators to mention, and I look forward to getting to know you all better as we serve together in this great place. I do want to make a very special mention of one returning member of the House, and it's the wonderful member for Pearce, Tracy Roberts. During the election campaign, Tracy bravely shared some of the serious health challenges she is facing, but even a diagnosis of multiple systems atrophy as well as an injured ankle couldn't stop her from engaging with the community she's worked for over 2 decades. The member for Pearce just kept on working hard and reaching out to people because that's who she is. The people of Pearce re-elected her with confidence. They know she puts her community first. And it's also because she was delivered so much in just one term as the first ever Labor member for Pearce. But no campaign is fought alone, so I'd like to thank all of the amazing staff and volunteers who stood by Tracy and who have supported her throughout her campaign, including, of course, her very lovely husband, Pete. The member for Pearce's return to this House is a victory for her community and for compassion in politics. I'm immensely proud to call the member for Pearce a friend, and I really look forward to continuing our work together in WA. I want to extend my thanks to the trade union movement supporting my campaign and all of my campaigns. Ben Harris from the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association, and Tim Smokey Dawson from the Transport Workers Union of Australia, and all great members of the Australian Workers Union. Many of you work in the resources sector and, like my dad, work in the Kwinana industrial area.
A division has been called for that in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
Order of the day is, the question is that the address be agreed to. I call the Minister for Northern Australia and Minister for Resources in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in continuation, I also thank delegates from the Mining and Energy Union, the AMWU, the MUA, all of whom are engaged productively in all areas of policy. And I want to thank Sally McManus and the ACTU for their support. The union movement has always stood up for working people by fighting for fair pay and safe workplaces, and I welcome their engagement on policy development, just as I welcome the participation of industry and the wider community. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Prime Minister has noted, families often pay a high price for the long absences, travel and demands of us as elected representatives in this place. And those absences are often higher for MPs and senators from Western Australia, indeed my friend from the Northern Territory too, the member for Solomon, and other areas that are a long way from Canberra. So I take this opportunity to pass on my thanks to my husband Jamie for his constant support during the campaign and throughout my parliamentary career. I don't think it is possible to serve in this place without the support of family and friends, and I'd like to take a few moments to talk a little about some people who have been very important to me and supportive of me as the member for Brand. Toward the end of May, shortly before her 94th birthday, we said our final farewells to a wonderful woman, Adelphi King. Adelphi is my husband's stepmother. She married Walter King and raised Jamie and his sister and brothers from a very young age after the loss of their mother. I'm enormously grateful to Adelphi for being so welcoming to me as part of the remarkable and joyful extended King family over 25 years ago. Adelphi and Walter were fixtures of the historic town of York, the oldest inland town in Western Australia. They were both conservationists and environmentalists in the true sense of the word and volunteered extensively in the local tourist centre. A few months ago, I attended a memorial for Adelphi at the Holy Trinity Church in York, where she and Walter had been parishioners and volunteers for many, many years. It was a wonderful, joyful and very full memorial. It says much about how highly regarded Adelphi King was in York, that her contribution and that of Walter to the restoration of the riverbank landscape of the Avon River has been acknowledged by a really charming memorial by the well-known waterway. Thank you so much, Adelphi, for all your support over the years and for the whole of the extended King family. Now, it is something of an indulgence to speak here about a constituent that you are related to. All of us that serve here know that so many of the people in each of our constituencies all around the country are worthy of tribute. The salt of the earth, hard-working, caring people that make our communities what they are. Now, one of these people was Diana Morris. Diana was a pioneer of Rockingham and Shoalwater Bay, having lived there since 1959, and she was also my mum. After finishing up on a very rainy Anzac Day a couple of years ago, I got a text from our neighbours, Bob and Dorothy next door, that Mum had had a fall and was taken to Rockingham General Hospital, and that is where we had our last conversation. She died peacefully 2 days later in the wonderful care of the staff at Royal Perth Hospital, just over the road from St Mary's Cathedral, where her and my dad, John Morris, were married in 1959. And now this is my very belated thanks to all the doctors, nurses, paramedics and other staff at the Rockingham Emergency Department and at the Royal Perth Hospital for their care of our mum and of me and of my brothers Matthew, John and Peter and our sister Rebecca. In those moments where we quite frankly didn't quite understand what was happening and when we had to make some very serious decisions as a family about our mum. Our health workers deal with these very intensely emotional and painful moments every single day. And there are the police officers and other workers who assist the coroner and assist families like ours who have to identify a loved one. Now, all of those jobs that happen and we don't much think about until you run into them, usually in the midst of some pretty serious grief. And I want to thank them all for what they do for our entire community. And I personally want to thank those strangers that helped our Morris family in that last week of April and into early May in 2023. Now, Diana Morris had an interesting start in life. She was born in 1936. Her name then was Diana Pizer. She was raised by her mother, Hannah Pizer, known as Peggy, and her grandparents, Thomas and Mary Ann Pizer. In the very conservative Perth of the 1930s and 40s, it wasn't socially acceptable to have a child without being married, and so Mum was raised in the belief that her father had died in the war. And that was not true, but this was a kind lie so that Diana had something to say at school when asked so that wouldn't draw scorn and judgment. When Mum was born, there was pressure for Peggy Pizer to give up her baby for adoption, but my nan did not do that. Her parents and her sisters supported Peggy and gave her and Mum all the love and help they needed to stay together and to make a really courageous choice for the times and in spite of those societal expectations. Now, much has changed since then, and that is a very good thing. These were not good old days when women and families had to go through such sad subterfuge just to remain a family. Diana and John Morris built a home together in Shoalwater, and it was this home that they raised a family. Mum lived there from 1959 until she died in 2023. She would remind me that she was the first in her family to own her own home. Her mother lived with us, and her grandparents retired from the goldfields to social housing in West Perth, where my mum grew up. And it goes to show, I think, that home ownership has not always been a matter of course for many working families in this country. We talk a lot about the importance of home ownership, and it is really important. But for many in Australia, the dream of home ownership is only maybe one generation old, leading into its second, and it cannot be taken for granted. Now, John and Diana were both pioneers of rocking, having lived there since the 50s, and I've often referred to my mother's shop, a family drapery and haberdashery on Railway Terrace at Rockingham Beach. My office now is literally 5 doors up the road. Mum and Peggy together worked in that shop, the family traders, for a number of years. It was a much-loved meeting place for many women in the community. There was always lots of chatter and lots of laughs, and it's been over 30 years since Mum and Dad retired and sold the family traders. And the shop itself has not been there for a long time, but still locals mention it fondly as part of their memory of old Rockingham. Like so many retirees, Diana volunteered in the community for many years. Diana, with her great friend Faye Winter, volunteered at Meals on Wheels for what seemed like forever, delivering meals to those who needed it at their homes. And she only stopped when her knees could no longer help her get in and out of the delivery van. And I think of all the volunteers across all of our communities and reflect that I think without volunteers in our communities doing all manner of things, we would not have the fine communities and support that we all need. Now, Mum and Dad's home in Shoalwater has been a place where all of our family have returned to again and again for over 60 years. For us, for our partners and for our families. For my nieces and nephews, their partners and their children. And of course, all of the very many Morris dogs. I was really fortunate that my mum was able to travel here to the Parliament to see me sworn in as a member for Brand in 2016 and then as a minister in 2022. She was an integral part of 3 campaigns. And as I noted when I spoke at her memorial, I really lost a superb campaign asset in 2023. Diana Morris loved coming here to share in the excitement of these events and the work of the Parliament. She was a fine Australian. She'll be missed by many, but in particular me. Many members and senators lose loved ones while serving in this Parliament, and some of those losses are so much more tragic and heart-wrenching than the natural order of things of a parent passing. And while the public often, indeed usually, see this place as the height of contest and debate, it is also remarkably kind in the manner in which colleagues from all quarters offer their sympathies and kind affections in those very sad moments. So I thank all of those colleagues that wrote to me or simply spoke to me about it after my mum died a couple of years ago. It means an awful lot, and I'm sorry if I never responded, but I remember each and every one of your kind wishes. I also want to thank my Ministerial office, my electoral office staff, who kept the wheels turning and provided an enormous support for me and Jamie at a very challenging time in my life. Really good, hard-working people. They care for the community, they care for the policy that we work on in this place, they care for our nation and ensuring it is well placed into the future. But I thank them for their commitment to me as an individual and I guess their boss, but I hope a work colleague for helping me out. And I'm sure that's the same for many of us here that have experienced such loss. We really rely on our teams. They're very good people. I want to take a moment to acknowledge some of the retiring Labor members that I had the really great good fortune to work with in past parliaments. And these all retired at the election. Linda Burney, the former Minister for Indigenous Affairs, Brendan O'Connor, the former Minister for Skills and Training, Bill Shorten, the former Minister for the NDIA and Government Services and the leader of the Labor Party when I was elected in 2016. Stephen Jones, the former Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services. Maria Van Backenau, the former member for Caldwell. Brian Mitchell, the former member for Lyons, and Graham Perrott, who was a wonderful friend, a great travel companion when we went on some committee trips together, and the now retired Senator Louise Pratt. And I'd like to pay a special tribute to Louise and mention her. She was first elected in 2017, lost her seat in 2013, and was re-elected again in 2016. You've got to say something for her persistence. Throughout her life and parliamentary career, Louise has been an incredibly strong advocate for the rights of the LGBTQI community. Her tireless work has left a positive impact on the lives of all Australians. It has been a privilege to work alongside Louise in standing up for Western Australians here in Canberra. Her retirement marks the end of a remarkable parliamentary career, defined by tireless advocacy and passion, and I wish her and all her family the best. Beck has been by her side for many years now, and I remember their wedding, I think it was up in Broome, and their lovely young son Jasper, and I wish them well in her retirement. And just to reflect once more for a few moments on the election itself. As we all know, politics is a team sport, and nobody who makes us to this place has done it alone. I've spoken about how families support each of us here, and it takes a really great and dedicated team to get any candidate elected. So I want to pay to my deep thanks and lasting gratitude to the team who supported me, not only in the campaign but throughout my time in Parliament. All those volunteers across Brand, I want to thank you. Our supporters, the branch members that keep turning out time and time again, not only to our great branch meetings but also at the polling booths and at the pre-poll. Your commitment and unwavering support across the campaign was truly special, and that was particularly only after 2 months since the WA state election. I want to thank you each for your door-knocking, letterboxing efforts at pre-poll and election day. And of course, again, I did mention earlier my electorate staff and ministerial staff in the context of supporting me through a personal moment, but their remarkable work, especially my electorate office in the campaign, was truly very special, and I thank you all for that. My ministerial staff, their dedication and tireless work over the past 3 years was invaluable in developing policy that has really put this government in an excellent place to be able to develop further policy and then indeed implement it for the benefit of the Australian people. They're very hard-working people, very smart people, thoughtful people, and of course very kind and generous, and I want to thank them for that. I'll make it just in my last couple of minutes just to reflect on the remarkable new members of this Parliament, and there are a lot of new members, which is a really amazing thing. So they have done an incredible varied amount of speeches. They have a diversity of backgrounds, and I mean this from across the chamber and in the Senate as well. Traditionally, when I've done this address and reply, I tend to mention all the new Labor members and go through a bit of their speech, but quite frankly, there's just too many now, and I couldn't do that this time, but I really look forward to meeting you all and engaging in my portfolio responsibilities of resources in Northern Australia. As a Western Australian, we're very familiar with the resources sector, and that might not be the same experience for others in different states, and I really look forward to talking with each of our new members more about that resources sector, how it contributes to our economy, how it contributes to our livelihoods, and how it goes toward the greater benefit of the nation. I also want to thank those new members for their great enthusiasm and for the work I know they'll do over the coming term. And to conclude, I want to thank the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. He has been a great leader for us as party leader in opposition and then as Prime Minister in the last term and now in this term. His commitment to my home state is remarkable, and we could, as Western Australian members, not have hoped for more. I think he goes to Perth more than I go to Perth, and I'm from about an hour's drive south of Perth, so that is saying something. and we know the Western Australian people take his commitment very seriously as well, and I look forward to serving in another term under the leadership of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and I thank the House.
Thank the Minister and give my condolences on the passing of your wonderful mum. And I call the member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your appointment to the panel and to your election as well for the first time in this place. I have to say it's my 15th year of having the honour of representing my part of Western Sydney, the electorate of Chifley. I never expected to be elected. I'd had a tilt before, not been successful. And as I've explained to people, when the opportunity came round, it was akin to stepping on the wrong end of a rake. It just came very suddenly, very quickly, and I didn't know what had happened to be put in a position of being pre-selected and then represent a party I've loved since my teenage years and had joined in that time. Having grown up in my part of Western Sydney, I've always taken this job incredibly seriously. It's not been about checking off a list of things that needed to get done for the sake of being able to rattle those off. My part of Western Sydney, I've always taken the view, has been told long enough that it should just wait its turn. That the folks that I represent, soul of the earth people, out in Western Sydney, based in Mount Druitt, should just wait a bit longer to get what they needed. When I saw that the needs that they had were great and that they needed to be able to get those things that would make their life easier, but more importantly, that they could also deliver for their kids and that they could build better neighbourhoods and that they could oversee those personal challenges they have in their life or in our area and be able to have a much better quality of life. And I've seen tremendous contributions, Deputy Speaker, in my area. We recognise them every year, for instance, in the Coral McLean Awards. That was named after the person, obviously, that the awards are named after, Coral, who it was estimated dedicated 100,000 hours of her personal time out of the Holy Family Parish in Emerton, helping people at all hours of the day. In fact, when she moved out of our area to the Central Coast, it would be we would be told the stories by her children of people knocking on the door late at night who'd driven from our part of Western Sydney to the Central Coast to get help from Coral. When Coral passed away after a battle with cancer, we set up these awards to recognise the contribution of women and girls in our area who are building better neighbourhoods. The community spirit in our area, and it's often remarked, Deputy Speaker, by people who visit our part of Western Sydney, they always talk about how our part of Western Sydney, when you need a hand, will go out of its way, even if they have limited means to do so. They will literally give you the food off their plate or the shirt off their back to help you out. And that is why I've been proud of representing Chifley, and I've been proud and had such great faith in the people of our area. So as a response to that, I have fought really hard. And people know I don't take a backward step. I'm always prepared to argue hard for the people of our area because, as I said, they've been told quite often that they've had to just wait in line and just take their time to get the things that everyone else has been able to have the good fortune of being able to receive. So, for example, things like education are a big deal in my area, making sure that we're investing in particular, primary education, secondary education, and once kids finish school, which I always urge them, please, like your fortunes in life will be shaped by the skills, the bag of skills that you get, and you will not develop them fully just by finishing high school. So being able to take time to go into TAFE or go on to uni is a big deal. The fact that Chifley has some of the highest uptake of fee-free TAFE in the nation shows you aspiration right there, because there are a lot of young people that want to go to their local TAFE, like, for example, the one in Mount Druitt. And I met, for instance, automotive apprentices that really want to be able to not only get a job in there, but start their own shop as well. That's aspiration right there. And I'm proud of the fact that our government has fought so hard to make sure that we have fee-free TAFE. Just the other week, we opened up University Study Hub with the Minister for Education, the member for Blaxland, Jason Clare. The Mount Druitt Ethnic Communities Agency fought to get that funding and have just opened up in Mount Druitt and will open up in Emmerton a uni study hub. Because so many kids in our area, young people in our area, they'll probably be mortally offended that I refer to them as kids, but it's probably a sign of my age. They're the first ones to go through uni. So many people in our area, it's the first time they have. And I want young people in our area to feel that uni's for them, because sometimes they figure it's for someone else that's better than them. And that's absolute garbage. It is proper, it is right. Labor governments in times past opened up the university sector to ensure more kids from a first-in-family background took up that study. And the thing about the study hubs, Deputy Speaker, is it gives them a place for them to quietly go and do their study, but more importantly, engage with other students who are going through the same experience as them. And I'm proud of the fact that our government put forward the money that then got invested into our area, got taken up by Mecca, and now we've got these hubs that are there and that I suspect will expand in time. But again, building those skills. And the base of it all is making sure that if young people are going to either TAFE or to uni, that before they got there, the investment in primary and secondary education happened. And the fact that our government as well, in that first term, worked out with the states and territories the funding stream to properly bring to life those Gonski reforms. People may not remember the bloke, but they do remember and they do get that if you've got an area of high need, you need just a bit more in terms of resources to be able to make sure you get your way through. That's what Gonski was about. I saw in schools like at Crawford Public, they would tell me that the extra resources they got at the tail end of our last government helped them set up tutoring for kids that were struggling in maths. They provided that, and once they did it, Deputy Speaker, they could see a definite difference in terms of the maths scores that were being experienced in that school. That is huge, because what that means is that the life trajectory of that student has been transformed. And the fact that we put in $5 billion with the New South Wales government to make sure we invested in the proper resources for primary and secondary schools is phenomenal, and will, as much as people think that it's a well-worn term, be life-changing, that is exactly what it is. And in Chifley, we saw the biggest investment in school infrastructure in 10 years on top of that, with about half a dozen schools getting improvements in the quality of the infrastructure in those schools, so that the schools were modernised, they had modern equipment, and that parents could have the confidence that the kids are going to a place that's a quality environment, plus on top of that, the investment that we made through the school funding reforms, which has been huge. So it is critical there. And the fact too, if I may add, Deputy Speaker, that we're cutting student debt. There again, it's a point of pride for us that some of the largest numbers of students who will benefit from the 20% cut in student debt, come from the Chifley electorate. Again, making it a bit easier that once they've finished their studies, we relieve a bit of that debt and that they can get on and chase the things that they want in their neck of the woods. The other thing that I've fought for really hard, and the thing that I think reflects our national value, is around healthcare. As much as there'll be people that might think that we go on about Medicare, the reality is Medicare reflects an embedded value of this country. It's the value of a fair go. When you hold up that Medicare card, it represents what we truly believe, which is if you're in strife, particularly with your health, the fact that the size of your bank balance should not be the determinant. It should not decide whether or not you get quality health care. For us, it is a clear reflection of a national value. We look after our own and we don't judge them on the fact of how big their bank balance is. They'll get the care that they need. The fact that we cut the cost of medicines means a big deal to Chifley residents. It has been estimated that people in our neck of the woods have saved over $9 million with about $1.5 million of cheaper scripts. For people on low incomes in our area, that is huge and makes a huge relief, and for them stops them wondering whether or not they can afford to get the medicines that will make the quality of their life better. On top of that, we set up, I pushed for the establishment of an urgent care clinic in our electorate, and that happened with the Rooty Hill Urgent Care Clinic that got set up. 12,000 people were able to get the help that they needed by visiting in Rooty Hill Road North, the urgent care clinic that will provide for them for support in our part of the world. And to the doctors, the GPs, the nurses, the support staff who work so hard, and there are a lot of doctors. In fact, I'm going to be recognising one that's retiring this week, Dr Keck out of the Mount Druitt Medical Centre. He's worked in our area for nearly 50 years. And the realisation is these doctors could have worked in any other part of Western Sydney. They didn't, and they stayed in our area and made a contribution. Tremendous. Infrastructure is another big thing as well. Fought hard for upgrades for the fastest growing parts of our electorate like Marsden Park and Colby and Schofields, who've had real issues with road funding in our area. Our government put forward a $1 billion roads plan, which is delivering for people in our area and seeing the upgrade of Richmond Road. The other big project that I'll be working on is the extension of the metro and the filling in of the metro missing link that would see Tallawong to St Mary's constructed in the long term. The other thing that I think we've got to be able to work on too is building social and affordable housing in Chifley. I'm proud to be part of a government that has dedicated so much towards the building of new home supply, and it will be a priority for me in this term to push for the greater development of social and affordable housing. And later this month we'll be holding a housing forum that will talk about how we can make that happen. It builds on the fact that we've announced the 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers, and we've had a 50% increase in maximum rent assistance that helps over 11,000 people in the Chifley electorate. But for this term, that will be a massive priority for us, pushing for more social and affordable housing. All that can be done with a government that takes seriously its responses in these spaces. I just want to finally end on some thanks. There have been a lot of folks that have helped us out over many years, but particularly I just want to thank them for their help in the recent election, working on stations and mobile offices, being there through pre-poll, out on election day. Huge thanks to all my FEC, the branches in our area, and also volunteers who might not be a member or weren't a member of a political party but wanted to be able to assist and support us in the campaign, and I extend to them the deepest of my gratitude. The local state members in Edmund Atala, in Stephen Barley, Prue Carr and Warren Kirby, I want to thank them all. It's been tremendous to work with them and Mayor Brad Bunting and the Blacktown Council team. It is terrific to have the federal, state and local government levels working together. And to Prue Carr, can I just say to Deputy Premier Carr, who's got her own health challenge at the moment, if anyone's going to beat a health challenge, it's Prue Carr, and she's a tremendous fighter, and we look forward to her getting through the challenges she's facing and getting back on the front line in our area. To all the branches, and we had a wonderful campaign launch in Tregear, I want to thank them all for being there through thick and thin. To my ministerial office, there's a lot of people that had been through the office or worked in the office, led by David Masters and Deputy Chief of Staff in Ellen Broad, and before them I just want to recognise Brett Gale as well, and all the team that worked in the ministerial office on the things that we really, in a nutshell, I could rattle off a list of things, but the big thing was we were driven by a belief, a faith in the power of Australian ideas to make Australians' lives better, and in that industry and science portfolio, which was a huge honour to be able to play a part in terms of, in particular, supporting the great work of so many people in those areas, Australians that are doing phenomenal things for our nation. But having that ministerial team there, I just want to say to them, thank you so much for working the hours and doing what you did. It will never, ever be forgotten, and I'm particularly grateful for their service, to be honest, to the country as well, because what they did was to help a first-term Labor government be able to achieve quite a lot, and I'm very grateful for all their work. And to the electorate office as well, where I wasn't there as much as I'd like in my time as a minister, but I tell you what, they made a difference, and I had so many people say their lives had been shaped by the fact that the office, the electorate office, would go that extra mile to help people out, and I'm sure every single member of Parliament reflects so warmly on their members within the electorate office for the work that they do, but a heartfelt thanks to every member of my office, and one that just recently left in Ade. I just wanted to say to Ade Amuda, thank you so much for your help. And finally, if I may, I just wanted to say to my partner Fiona. She's actually my fiancée, but my nickname for her is Wife Asterisk, where the asterisk represents a rounding up, because she will be my wife at some point soon. I just want to say, I can't tell you, this chamber, how blessed I am, how lucky I am that there is someone like Fiona who entered in my life. And we have we are parenting 3 boys, playing a part for Tor, Sam and Harry. It is an absolute blessing that I've had that in my life. I regard public office as a tremendous opportunity, but ultimately being able to find someone that you love who can make such a big difference in your life is truly something that words cannot express gratitude for that. And to Fiona, who I love so deeply, I just want to say thank you in particular for all her support, her fierce support and help, and more importantly than anything else, her love. And I'm just grateful for all of that. I did say finally a number of times, and I'm conscious that Minister Rishworth's here and thought that I'd only speak for 10 minutes, and I've spoken for 17, and I noticed the member for Barker on the other side just coughing. Are you speaking next, or is it Minister Rishworth? Well, you've been very good to me, Minister Rishworth, so thank you for that. I just do want to end very quickly on a sombre note. We learned of the passing of Greg Whitby. Greg Whitby was with the Catholic Education Office. He was someone that I first worked with when I was elected. I was stunned to hear that he'd passed away on 30 August. He was a teacher, an academic, an author who changed the lives of thousands, particularly through his principles of inclusivity. He was awarded the highest honour for teachers in 2017 as Director of the Catholic Diocese of Parramatta, assisting 78 schools, 43,000 students, 4,500 staff. Wrote a book along the way called Educating Gen Wi-Fi that looked to modernise the way schools educate and deal with the vast impact of technology, and he wrote that 10 years ago. I'm really sorry. I was just saddened incredibly at Greg's departure, but I just would like the House to note his contribution to public life in his way. I thank him enormously and will miss him greatly, and valet to Greg Whitby.
And I thank the member for Chifley. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it is an absolute honour to have been sworn in as the member for Kingston in the 48th Parliament, my 7th time of having this privilege, and I continue to be absolutely grateful and humbled in the confidence that my local community has placed in me to represent them in this place. I continue to be deeply committed to listening to the views and priorities of my community and making sure that they have a voice in this place. The southern suburbs of Adelaide is, I'm a bit biased here, but is the most beautiful place in the world to live. It has some beautiful coastline that is experiencing some challenges at the moment, but that doesn't take away from the absolute beauty of the coastline, of course, and the many, many open spaces that we have. But ultimately, what makes our community strong is its people. People from all walks of life, raising families, out in the sort of further flung areas from the CBD, contributing to community. whether that's sporting clubs, whether it's the local Lions or the Rotaries or the Kiwanis, whether it's the local CFS, whether it's the local Coast Guard Association, whether it's the surf lifesaving clubs, whether it's the football clubs, the netball clubs. I am astounded every weekend and during the week when I get away from Canberra to go around and visit some of those clubs and organisations and think about the volunteering that is put into this. Ordinary people doing, I think, extraordinary things to serve the community. And so I did want to say that I really am always admired and humbled by the effort and work that people put in. Of course, my electorate, people work very hard. They work very hard to put a roof over their heads and give their children and their grandchildren the best opportunities. And I think for my electorate, making sure that we, in this most recent election, we look to the future was critically important. And so it's pretty clear across the country that Australia has chosen to build Australia's future. They voted for fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all, and the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And this was very, very important in the election. I think also for me and my electorate, people really wanted to connect. And I have to say, over my time in Parliament, it has been absolutely amazing, and I feel so privileged that so many people have invited me into their lives, whether it's door knocking, whether it's at street corner meetings, whether it's coming into my office. They have trusted me and my office to be brought into their lives, and whether it's seeking assistance, whether it's giving me some good advice, which is on a pretty regular basis, whether it's having a genuine conversation. I feel really honoured that so many people have brought me into their lives and told me of their aspirations, and I think this election was no different. The aspiration to support their community, the aspiration to give their kids a better life than they perhaps had, the aspiration to make sure that they can just, get on with life and look after others was really, really profound. I'd like to particularly acknowledge all those members from South Australia and congratulate everyone for their election to this place. I think it's true, or hopefully it's true to say that at times South Australia bats above its weight, and I think that we are very blessed to have our new member for Sturt join us, of course, as well as a new senator in Senator Charlotte Walker. Of course, they join other representatives from South Australia, the member for Boothby, the member for Adelaide, the member for Hindmarsh, the member for Macon, the member for Spence, of course, join the Labor team and make up the Labor caucus. And I acknowledge and congratulate the member for Barker, who's in the chamber, of course, the new member for Grey and the member for Mayo for their re-election as well. I know each in our way we will fiercely fight for South Australia and the communities that we represent. Now, I think for me, I did want to reflect on the fact that this government was re-elected on a very clear vision for the future, building on what we started in our first term of government. And I think for everyone, for me certainly, I decided to enter into politics to ensure that everyone could reach their full potential, that we could as government allow everyone to try and reach their full potential and put the supports in place to ensure that everyone got that enabling opportunity, whether that was education, whether that was healthcare, to allow them to really do the best they can. And I think that really is a critical motivation. And Therefore, I'm really, really proud that in our first term of government, it's particularly in my role as Minister for Social Services, we were able to do some really, really important work to ensure that we did better for people. I would like to particularly say that the reform we did in the Disability Employment Services, which will now come into effect as Inclusion Employment Australia, really, really important reform to ensure that people with disability do get the opportunity for economic empowerment, to get a job, and to make sure that the service system was not trying to make them change, but the service system responded to their individual needs, to make sure they were working with employers to deliver better outcomes. Because I heard over and over again from people with disability that they did want the opportunity, but no one was giving them that chance. And so I hope, I'm very proud of the disability reform we did. Also, our national plan to end violence against women and children. That was work that we put in to make sure that we could have really a common anchor to guide us all. The document itself drives Commonwealth investment, state and territories investment, but really gives us a framework in which we can end violence against women and children. We've got a long way to go, and I still remain absolutely committed to that goal, along with, I'm sure, everyone across the Parliament. Of course, we expanded and strengthened paid parental leave, paying superannuation on it for the first time. We boosted social safety increases, including job seeker, single parenting payment and Commonwealth rent assistance. They were some. I can't go into all of the work that we did, and I would like to thank all of my ministerial staff who worked so diligently on ensuring that we could get the best for people. They really, really were passionate and believed in what we were doing, and I'd like to thank them very much. Now, in this new term, I am absolutely honoured to have been appointed for Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. And of course, part of this work continues some of the work that I did in social services, where we can make sure that Australians have the opportunity to obtain and retain secure, a well-paid job. And I think it is really critical to acknowledge the work that was done by the now Minister for Home Affairs and Senator Watt for the work that they did in laying a very strong foundation to get wages moving in this country and to work on secure jobs. Some of the work that has been done that we will continue on is a world first in minimum standards for employee-like work. Other countries are looking to us where we have set a pathway forward of how we make sure that gig economy workers actually get a minimum standard of a minimum safety net, and I think that's really, really important. We'll continue to deliver in this portfolio on our election commitments when it comes to workplace relations, but also importantly, there will be new challenges coming at us. There is, for example, artificial intelligence, the opportunity with that, but also the challenges we must grapple with. So I think there is still a lot of work to be done. For me, though, getting back to what the election was fought on, there was a very, very clear message from my electorate. They wanted us to talk about things that would make a practical difference to their lives, whether that was a tax cut for every taxpayer, energy bill relief, cheaper medicines, a cut to student debt. I heard over and over from young people and also some other older people that still had a debt about just how important that policy was. I did want to talk about free TAFE in particular, though, because in my electorate and further out in the suburbs, the Noarlunga TAFE campus had, become a little less populated and not as vibrant as it had been. However, that was until free TAFE came along. What free TAFE has done is not only unlocked the opportunity for so many people to either train for the first time or retrain, but it has unlocked the ability to do that close to home at Noarlunga TAFE. And I visited there and watched areas where they had done construction in the past, had been vacant for a long time, now seeing students train there again. It was so heartening to hear the stories as we've seen more and more students be attracted back to that TAFE campus, getting the opportunity for the first time, but making sure that that opportunity is close to home is so critically important. Of course, in addition, I did want to talk about healthcare. Healthcare is so important. Ensuring that you're able to access a universal healthcare system, I think, is something our country can be very proud of. It's something that I actually spoke about in my first speech in this place. And the commitment that we made, particularly focused in this election, will have a big impact in my electorate. Whether that's the tripling of the bulk billing incentive, which will encourage many, many more doctors to bulk bill. Of course, the extra funding for our very, very busy urgent care clinic at Morphett Vale, which is very busy. And a shout out to everyone that works there. This urgent care clinic is doing amazing work. Or the commitment for a walk-in mental health urgent care clinic in the southern suburbs of Adelaide. We know that there are times when people are quite distressed, emotionally feeling like they need some support right there and then, and a walk-in Medicare mental health clinic will do just that. I did want to use the remaining time I had to say some thank yous. There have been a lot of people that worked very hard. Of course, as I said, my ministerial office worked through the last term, headed up by Owen Torpy. He's decided to look for other opportunities now, but I couldn't have done what I did in that last term without his absolute commitment. And we really were a team, and I really would appreciate everything that they did. Of course, I had a huge campaign team that gave up their weekends and weeknights and really were committed to see me get re-elected. So to Noah Beckham, Lily Waltham, Lockie Byrne, Lorraine Christoley, Oliver Shepherd-Bailey, Saxon McDonald. We had over 300 volunteers who came out, who packed shopping centre bags, who went on polling day. But I did want to particularly give a shout out to Kylie and Alistair Douglas, John O'Gulchi, Jim Phillips, I get that wrong all the time, Chrissy Slater, Sally Hand, John Naylor, Bill and Maxine Watson, Naomi Piper, Bridie Ward, Georgina Walk and Jess Zilly. A huge amount of work. Of course, in addition to supporting me as Minister, I would like to give a big shout out, many who helped on my campaign, to Lani Scarr, Phil Nigg, Kate Coleman, Jamie Hunt, Kirsty Johnson, Lisa Markison, Jack Loader, Drina Velika, Marie Goodnick, Ruth Albertson-Kill, Rosie Lenti, Genevieve Scarf and Jordan O'Reilly, and Lewis Gordon as well. They worked incredibly hard over the last term, and I am very grateful to that. I must say I'm also incredibly appreciative to my electorate staff. Electorate staff do, and I hear this over and over again, make an enormous difference. When I feel privileged to be let into people's lives, they are also let into people's lives, but they have to really spend a lot of time helping and assisting, and they make a difference every single day. They do change lives, and I think sometimes they're not recognised for that. To Angela Digan, James Carter, Emma Kane, Lucy Nguyen, Eloise Ashton, a really big thank you. I did really, though, want to call out Jordan O'Reilly, who's actually here today, who was my campaign manager. He has been with me for a while. He's been absolutely dedicated, and with his leadership, he was able to put such a strong campaign together in a seat where there's not always the same attention as sometimes there is in a marginal seat. We were able to mount a really grassroots campaign, and Jordan, your attention to how we were able to mount that, your engagement with people, your commitment to that, commitment to me, your loyalty to me is desperately, desperately appreciated, and I'd like to thank you very much for the work you've done for a long time for me, but also, of course, in the campaign. I would like to acknowledge the many members of Parliament outside of South Australia. Obviously, South Australians come first, but the many, many other new members and returning members to this place. I particularly wanted to reflect on the New Labor caucus. I've had the privilege of starting to get to know many of the New Labor caucus before the election, as I visited their seats, and since the election. And I would have to just acknowledge I feel so privileged to be working alongside so many of these new members. The acumen, the intelligence, the policy, the thoughtfulness, the energy, it is unbelievable. And I feel so lucky that for the next 3 years I'll be working alongside so many talented people. Also, just the diversity from all walks of life, one of the most multicultural caucuses and governments ever, women, men from all walks of life. It's an absolute privilege to be part of this new Labor government. I'd also like to acknowledge, of course, the leadership of Eamon Burke, the State Secretary in South Australia, who ran a great campaign in South Australia. Of course, acknowledge Paul Erickson as well at the National Secretariat. I would like to particularly acknowledge the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, through his leadership, really defined what it meant to be optimistic, to look to the future, to address people's concerns in a practical way, but also have an eye on the horizon. And I'd just like to acknowledge and thank him for his leadership. Equally, I'd like to recognise our Premier, Peter Malinauskas. Peter and the Prime Minister have worked incredibly well together, and nothing better represents that than the decision to actually keep Whyalla Steelworks going. This was a significant decision and an example, firstly, of the power of government, the importance that government can play, but also the importance of partnership between both the Premier of South Australia and, of course, our Prime Minister. Not only the jobs that this actually saves, not only the communities that this supports, but the sovereign capability that Whyalla brings to this country. It was brave, and I would like to commend both the Prime Minister and the Premier for that. Of course, a big thank you to a number of unions, including Josh Peake, Jordan Mumford, Nick Townsend, Jason Hall, Sam McIntosh, and the broad Labor movement. Of course, I better get in my husband, Tim, and Oscar and Percy. Couldn't do it without you.
And I thank the Minister for her contribution. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, Mr Speaker, it is a great privilege to rise to speak on this speech and reply, particularly having been given the immense honour of having been re-elected to this place now on 5 consecutive occasions. Like previous speakers, I'm incredibly humbled by the faith that the people of Barker have placed in me. It was a humbling experience in 2013, and it has been a humbling experience on every single occasion since. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are not privileges that are earned solo, but they are part of a broader team. And I want to take this opportunity early in this contribution to acknowledge one team member. I was in regional Victoria campaigning in my role as Shadow Minister for Roads and Road Safety, and my staff told me I needed to find a quiet place to take a call. At that point I thought, I wonder which journalist has found something to ask me about. And they asked me if I was feeling okay, and then they said, Tony, we've got some really sad news to tell you. And that sad news was a very close friend and someone who'd been on this political journey with me for a very long time had passed away. His name, Mr Deputy Speaker, was Nevin Lamont. Nevin had served as the Barker FEC Treasurer since 2013. And at the last AGM that Nevin attended, which was the AGM of 2024, he pulled me aside and said, Tony, I think this election campaign might be my last. He didn't mean his last on earth, but rather his last as Treasurer. But so it turned out that Nevin didn't get to see the outcome of the election in 2025. I want to pay tribute to Nevin. Nevin's own grandfather served in this place as the member for Barker. Nevin was a loyal supporter of mine, someone who would walk on broken glass for me and for the Liberal movement. He was a farmer from Glencoe. He was then someone who became a photographic enthusiast that led to a business. In retirement, he threw himself in support of the Liberal Party. I just want to pay my respects to Nevin in this contribution. Nevin, it's a measure of your contribution that people continue, both as part of that campaign and meetings subsequent, to refer to how Nevin would deal with a particular matter. So, Vale, Nevin Lamont. Perhaps while I'm dealing with volunteer contributions, can I give the shout-outs now? In particular to Barker FEC President Sophie Welsh. This was a young lady who was elected to the presidency in the lead up to the 2022 election. She was a quietly spoken individual. She has grown immensely as she assisted in my campaign in 2022 and 2025. Sophie was an amazing support during the campaign, but also shout-outs, if I could, to Sue Andrew in the Riverland, Greg O'Brien and Susie Howe, who I'll mention again in the Murray Lands, Clayton Scott in the Barossa, the Poikers, Mark and Julie in Mount Gambier, and through McKillop, Matt Neumann, as well as Lockie Haynes, who of course has served for a number of years as Rural and Regional Chair of the Liberal Party in South Australia. Thanks also to my staff, many of whom go above and beyond, some of whom have taken the decision after a number of elections and terms, in particular my former Chief of Staff, Vanessa Jurgens, to move on to greener pastures. To Ness, I just want to convey my thanks. It's a particular challenge when you come to work for a Member of Parliament like me, having worked for the former Foreign Minister Alexander Downer. Mr Deputy Speaker, the electorate office I walked into that had my name on the door was the first electorate office I'd ever been to in my life. Mine was not a journey through staffing or other things, and so Ness had a hard time in that first 3 or so years, but I'm incredibly grateful for her service. Equally, Charlotte Edmonds who worked with me both in an electoral sense but also did much of the work in the portfolio responsibilities that I had. I'm so pleased to see her career journey progressing now through the Limestone Coast Local Government Authority as their Chief Executive Officer. Susie Howell in my office, who'd been a long-term stalwart, was much loved by constituents. Can I say happy retirement? While I'm acknowledging people, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I acknowledge the former Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton? This is a man who, at times, for political reasons or otherwise, has been derided, but I think on election night you saw a glimmer of the character of the man in his acknowledgement, in his concession speak, when he spoke about the Prime Minister and how proud the Prime Minister's mother would have been of her achievements. I think that spoke volumes to the Peter Dutton I knew and I do know, and I want to thank Peter for his service to the Liberal Party, his service to the Parliament and in particular his service to the nation. I want to also thank him for giving me the great privilege to serve as Assistant Shadow Minister for Infrastructure and Transport and subsequently as Shadow Minister for Roads and Road Safety. I listened to the member for Kingston's contribution and it was fine. And it reminded me of one thing when she was acknowledging the new members of the Labor caucus. I want to acknowledge one group of people who I expect haven't been necessarily acknowledged, or at least not frequently, in this debate. And that is the cohort of Liberal candidates who presented themselves to the Australian people. I had the opportunity to meet with many of them, campaign with some of them, and I've got to tell you, I think the reflection I have is the result that those opposite achieved at the election was not a reflection of the quality of those candidates. Those candidates were let down, and I've offered my personal apology to many of them, as I have to Conservative voters, notwithstanding the result in Barker. I want to just quickly again thank my staff who, during that time as Assistant Shadow Minister, took on portfolio responsibilities over and above electoral responsibilities because there wasn't an allocation of additional staff. That's a huge burden, but one they dealt with to great effect. I want to thank them particularly for the development of our policy on road safety, the concept of delivering to this nation the first ever no-fault investigation program, one that we presented to the Australian people, ultimately rejected. I hope those opposite consider it, is something that I think is an incredible achievement against the background of doing that with very limited resources. I want to also acknowledge both as a South Australian Member of Parliament, but more importantly as the Shadow Minister, as I was then, for roads and road safety, for the announcement we made around the Truro bypass. And in particular the Greater Adelaide freight route. For those that are not familiar with Adelaide, Adelaide remains the last of the capital cities in Australia to have the main trucking route boring all the way through it. What it means is all the traffic, heavy vehicle traffic that comes from southern Australia, Melbourne, the southeast of South Australia, needs to traverse through the middle of Adelaide, Port Rush or Crossroads. These are some of the most densely populated suburbs of Adelaide. It disappointingly is where too many schools are located, and it's also at the bottom of the sharpest descent anywhere in this country into a capital city. There is every sort of risk that presents itself with this heavy vehicle traffic. It was our policy to remove the majority of that heavy vehicle traffic from the streets and suburbs of Adelaide via a commitment of $1.05 billion to build the Truro bypass, to duplicate the Swanport Bridge and of course build the interconnection between effectively the Dukes and Sturt highways. Unfortunately, that project won't be proceeding with. As it relates to the Truro bypass, it was a project that was about to start when the Minister for Infrastructure began her infrastructure review and effectively knocked that project off the to-do list. It is disappointing, and I'm sorry to make this assertion, but those opposite went to the South Australian people with a proposal to build half of that road. Unfortunately, the South Australian state government simply doesn't have the money to pay the balance, which is a sum greater than $500 million. That was, in my assessment, an attempt to hoodwink the people of South Australia into believing it didn't matter, they were getting the road in any event. They've now woken up to the reality that the road is now more than a decade away, and I pray most days that the road safety risks that the failure to make that investment represents won't realise themselves. Mr Deputy Speaker, let's talk about the regions. It's hard for me to make a contribution without saying it. Those opposite enjoy an incredibly strong, I think I referred to it the other day as a hyper-majority. Having said that, and I say this, I would have said this before the events in Ballarat a week ago, that's not universally agreed position across the country. I've got to say, the National Party in particular are fond of saying that their members of parliament did particularly well at this election. I can tell you that, in truth, regional, rural and remote members of parliament, particularly those on the centre-right, did particularly well at this election. And that might have something to do, and I note my colleague opposite perhaps refers to some seats, and that might be true, but I mean, when you're close to losing the seat of Bendigo, you might be needing to be a little concerned about what's happening in regional Australia. But I can tell you what is happening in regional Australia. Regional Australia is feeling ignored. It felt ignored during this election campaign. It's feeling ignored right now. When you've got people pleading with the Prime Minister to save their industry, an industry that's done every single thing that government has asked of it, and I appreciate, Deputy Chair, you don't share my view on this topic, but the campaign to keep the sheep was one that resonated in two electorates, and perhaps that's why it doesn't. That call to save the live sheep industry fell on deaf ears. I'll tell you another policy area that's falling on deaf ears. That's the Australian wine industry. Can I tell you, I've got viticulturalists in my electorate that have lost money in 3 or 4 successive vintages. This can't continue. Those opposite were fond in the lead up to the election, and indeed in the lead up to the 2022 election, blaming the former Prime Minister Morrison for his actions vis-a-vis China. Truth is that didn't help, but the reality is that's a misunderstanding of what's happening globally to the wine industry. Globally, demand for wine, the propensity to drink wine is in decline. It's in sharp decline. Now, that might be because people want to be healthier. It might be because, Mr Deputy Speaker, people are choosing alternative drinks. The reality demand has crashed, and it's crashed globally. And indeed, Australia left the Chinese market, and our competitors, Italy, Chile, France, America, all saw market share decline at the same time. So a major exporter, Australia, leaves the market and there's still decline. The reality is there needs to be structural assistance in relation to the Australian wine industry. We're going to lose this industry, and I fear for older producers who simply have no other option but to fall destitute, and I call on those opposites to heed the calls of the Australian wine industry. Regional Australians also particularly South Australians, have been forgotten during this drought. Much of regional South Australia is living through the most severe drought in living memory. There is limited to no support available, no specific support. When in 2016 we found ourselves in drought on the East Coast and in the South Australia, our then government provided grants to local governments, specific grants to farmers otherwise. None of that has been forthcoming. I suppose I'm effectively suggesting that if it's not in the metropolitan news cycle, if it's not affecting metropolitan Australians, then you're not seeing a lot of love or attention. The farmers in my electorate have been in drought for more than 2 years, are particularly interested in the approach of those opposite to the algal bloom in South Australia. Now, nobody, not a farmer I know, salt as the earth as they are, would be opposed to any form of support going to the coastal communities on the back of this. But I just think it's interesting that dead fish on beaches in Adelaide facilitates, almost, twice daily visits by senior ministers from the government of those opposites to Adelaide to profess their dying and loving support for these coastal communities when circumstances where I've got farmers who are on bended knee asking for support. While I'm got the time I have, can I just make a couple of other observations? I'm sitting through question time and I'm listening to the Shadow Minister, the Minister for Health talk about GP clinics and in particular urgent care clinics. Can I tell the House, can I tell the Minister, I know he's aware of this because he might not hear my regular speeches on the topic, but I understand the South Australian State Minister for Health has written to him about it. The Mount Gambier Urgent Care Clinic has been closed since June. I don't mean not open particular hours, but closed. Now, why? Well, it went into liquidation. Now, you might say, well, Mr Passon, that's impossible because these projects are block funded. True, it is. But the operator of that business went into liquidation. As a result, it is closed. There's a tender process going on. I call on the Minister to expedite that for no other reason than this. There are 4 GP clinics in Mount Gambier. 4. Every single clinic has now confirmed publicly that they're not taking on additional patients. So you've got 4 GP clinics that aren't taking on additional patients. Great if you are a patient of the clinic and disclose an interest, I am. But if you're new to Mount Gambier and your kid's sick, you can't go to the GP clinic. You can ring all 4 of them, but you'll be told we're not taking on extra clients. And then you can go around to the urgent care clinic, but it's boarded up. So where do you go? You go to emergency. That's not good enough, and it's something that needs to be addressed immediately. And when asked why this happened, I said I warned this would happen in 2022 when the Minister for Health changed the distribution priority areas. The minute he did that, the next day I got phone calls from clinics saying doctors has resigned. Finally, can I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I was privileged to make announcements, commitments to the following organisations as part of the campaign: the Murray Bridge Players and Singers, the Talonbend RSL, the Penola Bowling Club, the Mount Gambier Sale Yards via the District Council of Grant, the Kapunda Soldiers Memorial Garden, their efforts at Dutton Park, and the Mount Burr Netball Club. To all of those organisations who are incredibly worthy and who have been ignored for too long, can I tell you, I will continue to campaign for the funding and support you need. No one was more disappointed than me that we failed to form government the last election. I went to bed that night thinking about each of your organisations and how happy you were when I came to your facilities and gave you a commit that a Dutton-led Liberal government would fund your respective projects. I'm going to work hard every day to ensure that whatever opportunities are available, and sadly there in the last term were too few, I hope there are more, to deliver the social capital that communities need, particularly in my electorate of Barker, and work every day to make sure we can deliver on those. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I say this? It is an immense privilege to serve as the member for Barker. If you had asked a young, perhaps primary school age Tony Passon whether he would ever serve in this parliament, he would have thought you were crazy. I don't take that privilege for granted. I'm fighting every day for the people of Barker.
And I thank the member for Barker. I give the call to the Minister for Defence, Industry and Capability Delivery and the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs, and note that in the circumstances we can go a little after the scheduled adjournment.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker, for your indulgence. It's very generous of you, and to the chamber staff, I apologise in advance. Deputy Speaker, let me start by saying this. Representing the people of Shortland is the greatest honour of my life. I'm incredibly thankful to my community for putting your trust in me once again. I won't take it for granted. I promise to keep working hard every single day to deliver for you and for our region. The result of the 2025 election sent a strong message across the country. Australians want a government that listens, that delivers and that puts people first. And I'm proud to stand here today and say that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing and will keep doing. Throughout the campaign, my team and I spoke with thousands of people across our community. We door-knocked, we phone called, we held street stalls, eager to hear what mattered most to people. We listened, we made commitments, and now we're delivering. One example I'm especially proud of is our support for an amazing local organisation, Survivors Are Us. Survivors Are Us helps people dealing with domestic violence, homelessness and unemployment, some of the hardest things anyone can go through. They told us they needed a permanent space so they could keep doing their vital work. We listened and now we deliver. A commitment by the Albanese Labor government of $2.8 million will help them buy a permanent site. This will give them the security they need to continue helping our community for many years to come. That's what good government looks like, Deputy Speaker, backing local organisations, supporting people doing work on the ground and making real change in people's lives. Because everyone deserves safety, dignity and the opportunity to rebuild. But our work doesn't stop there. We've also committed funding to support important community upgrades across Shortland. $4.6 million to deliver the second stage upgrade of Belmont Sporting Complex, $130,000 to fix the steps at Charlestown netball courts, $220,000 to address Windale Rugby League Club's drainage issues at Hunter Barnett Oval, $420,000 to upgrade the lighting at John Balcombe Oval, home of the Dudley Magpies, $275,000 to install new flood lighting at Lowell Cull Oval in Whitebridge, $275,000 to upgrade the lighting at Cardiff netball courts, $275,000 to install flood lighting at Jack Edwards Oval in Argenton, $325,000 at Halaklani Oval, home of the Budgewoi Bulldogs. These projects may not make national headlines, but they matter deeply to our community, to the players, families and volunteers who use these spaces every week. And I'm also proud of the $90,000 in funding we've committed for the expansion of the Vedic Samiti Temple in Cardiff South. This will help deliver a new all-weather dining space for our growing local Hindu community, making it easy to come together, celebrate and connect. Speaker, across Shortland and across Australia, people voted for a better future, for fairness, for stability and for a government that backs everyday Australians, not just the big end of town. That's what Labor stands for, that's what I stand for, and that's what we'll keep delivering. Deputy Speaker, when I was out and about in my community, my constituents told me they wanted help with cost of living. They told me they were feeling the squeeze. That's why we're delivering real cost of living relief. We gave millions of households more direct energy bill relief, and there's another $150 off electricity bills to come. We've introduced cheaper childcare and rolled out free TAFE, and now we're cutting the costs of medicines even further, cutting the price of PBS prescriptions to just $25, the lowest it's been since 2004. Meanwhile, pensioners and concession card holders will keep saving money thanks to the price freeze on PBS medicines, which will stay at just $7.70 until 2030. Speaker, we'll continue to protect our PBS. That's how we help families, workers and pensioners right now with practical support that makes a difference every day. During the campaign, young people told me they were struggling. The Albanese Labor government believes in a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, and that's why we've backed minimum wage increases. If you're getting a pay slip soon, minimum wages are now 3.5% higher. We didn't just promise more jobs, we delivered better jobs with better pay and better conditions. And that's why we're supporting apprentices deal with cost of living pressures while ensuring Australia has the workforce it needs to build 1.2 million homes over 5 years. We're paying housing construction apprentice tradies $10,000 in incentives because we're building the workforce Australia needs for the future. And we're giving Australians real pathways into meaningful careers. That's what my community wants, and that's Labor's way, lifting people up, not leaving them behind. Deputy Speaker, we know education changes people's lives, and that's why Labor has made it easier to learn, train and grow. I've heard from students and their parents who've said crushing HECS debts were stopping young people from buying houses and getting ahead. That's why we cut 20% off HECS debts. That's why we've introduced free TAFE, and for the first time ever, eligible student nurses, teachers, social workers and midwives are getting paid for their prac placements, as they should. This is not just good policy, it's common sense, because if we want a strong future, we need to invest in the people building it. Deputy Speaker, we know that housing has become a major stress for far too many people in Shortland and across Australia, for renters, first home buyers and people trying to get a roof over their head. That's why Labor is delivering. We're tackling the housing crisis with our $43 billion Homes for Australia plan, making it easier to buy, better to rent and building more homes. We're delivering up to 100,000 homes just for first home buyers with no competition from investors. And we're making sure they're built near jobs, families and the community. From 2026, every first home buyer can access a government-backed 5% deposit, no income caps, no limits on how much you can earn to be eligible. Our Help to Buy scheme will make it easier to buy a first home by cutting the size of your mortgage, with the government covering up to 40% of the upfront cost. And we're speeding up construction with prefab and modular homes, which will fast-track building times. We're cutting red tape and fast-tracking the qualification of 6,000 tradies to get it done. We've backed renters with more rights and more assistance, and now we're making the dream of home ownership achievable again. We're not ignoring the housing crisis, we're tackling it head on. My constituents also told me how important Medicare is to our community, and I'm so proud that we're strengthening and protecting it. We've tripled the bulk billing incentive, making it easier to see a GP, especially for kids, pensioners and concession card holders. We all know how important it is to get medical care when you need it without spending hours waiting in a hospital emergency room. That's why we've opened urgent care clinics in Lake Haven and Charlestown. These clinics have quickly become some of the busiest in New South Wales, demonstrating just how vital they are to our community. Because of their success, we're delivering more resources to help them meet growing demand so more people can get the care they need when they need it and for free. It's great news for local families, providing faster, more accessible care for our region. When I'm out in the community, I hear time and time again how much people value these services, so I'd like to thank the dedicated staff who work in these clinics. Your care and commitment are making a real difference every day, as is the care and commitment of every single person in the health sector in Shortland. Now we're working to deliver expanded mental health support because my community told me that's what they need next. And I'm so proud we'll have a Medicare mental health clinic in Charlestown in the near future, because your health shouldn't depend on your bank balance, and under Labor it never will. Deputy Speaker, my constituents also care deeply about the environment. That's why we're taking bold, responsible action on climate change, not just because it's the right thing to do for our planet, but because it's the smart thing to do for our economy. Under Labor, Australia is becoming a renewable energy superpower. We're investing in batteries, home solar and the Rewiring the Nation project to modernise our grid. We're creating thousands of clean energy jobs and driving down power prices, all while cutting pollution and protecting our future. Deputy Speaker, you can characterise our government as being steady. We've been focused and we've kept our promises. From cost of living relief to Medicare reform, from housing to climate, the Albanese Labor government has delivered what we said we would and will continue to do exactly that. At the end of the day, this election wasn't just about policies, it was about values. Australians chose fairness over division. But, Deputy Speaker, unfortunately the campaign also had its darker side. And I saw scenes I've never witnessed in my time in politics. We had exclusive brethren in Liberal shirts bust into our neighbourhoods from as far away as South Australia. They weren't there to campaign, but to bully, harass and intimidate. They physically blocked voters from entering polling booths, ripped other parties' materials from voters' hands, tore down signs, hurled sexist and offensive remarks, and confronted volunteers and voters with aggression and contempt. This was not about persuasion and campaigning. This was about coercion and intimidation. These tactics, the coordination, the coercion, the intimidation, were among the most egregious I've ever witnessed. They were corrosive to democracy and contrary to everything we stand for. They didn't even bother to pretend to know the electorate. They didn't even know where the Charlestown Urgent Care Clinic was, even though many of them were at a pre-poll centre for 2 whole weeks just around the corner from the clinic. All this, according to media reports, was coordinated out of the then Liberal leader's office, a nationwide orchestrated effort by a secretive religious cult to influence our election. Let's ask ourselves, Deputy Speaker, why did the exclusive brethren, who don't even vote, mobilise in their thousands for the Liberal Party? What were they promised? What was the quid pro quo? Let's hope the Liberal Party never again employs such disgraceful anti-democratic tactics. And Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the voters of Shortland, when faced with this orchestrated campaign of fear and intimidation, said no. They provided the Liberals with the result they deserved. My constituents chose compassion over cruelty, hope over fear, action over spin. They chose a government that builds, not blames, that backs workers, supports families and stands up for the vulnerable, that listens, delivers and brings people together. So to everyone who put their trust in me and Labor, thank you. I won't take your support for granted. Together we'll keep building a better Australia, one that is fairer, stronger and full of opportunity for all. I'd like to say a big, heartfelt thank you to my amazing team. I couldn't have done this without you. To the mighty trade union movement, I say thank you. Every day you work tirelessly to improve the safety and working conditions of millions of Australians. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge the support of the Mining and Energy Union, the AMWU, the MUA Veterans and the SDA. Without your support, the result we achieved in Shortland would not have been possible. To my staff, volunteers and of course my family, thank you for hitting the streets, knocking on doors, making countless phone calls, delivering flyers and handing out on polling places on pre-poll and election day. We delivered one of the most active campaigns in all of New South Wales and the results speak for themselves. Your support never wavered and I have the great honour and privilege of serving the people of Shortland for another 3 years because of your hard work and dedication. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to a very special member of my team, my former office manager, Kylie Catalinic. Kylie joined the Labor Party at just 17, inspired by her proud Labor father, and from that day on, she dedicated her life to the movement. Kylie joined my office in August 2023. From day one, Kylie was focused on the election campaign to come. She knew just how important it was to have a Labor government in office and how a Labor agenda can transform lives. Tragically, Kylie lost her life to cancer in February this year. Kylie was a passionate unionist, a fierce advocate for mental health and someone who lived her Labor values every single day. Kylie brought warmth, energy and kindness to everything she did in our office, with her family and in our community. She is deeply missed by all of us and I know how she would be incredibly proud of what we've achieved together. And I again pass my condolences on to Kylie's family and friends. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to thank 2 groups of people. One, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his continued leadership. He ran an incredibly disciplined, value-driven, honest and effective government over the last 3 years, and the election result reflects the trust the people of Australia have in him and his agenda, a person who never forgets where he came from and is committed to fighting for Australians every single day. Finally, in conclusion, I'd like to thank my family again, to my beautiful wife Kira and my 2 amazing kids, Rachel and Michael. Thank you for the sacrifices you make. Thank you for believing in the Labor project of improving the lives of all Australians. I apologise in advance for another 3 years of my absence, but I hope I can continue to make you proud and to repay the trust and sacrifice you make every day so that I can continue to represent the people of Shortland. So, Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, representing my community in Shortland is the greatest honour of my life, and I will continue to work every day to make every moment in this place count. Thank you very much.
And I thank the Minister, and I also join with the Minister in acknowledging the Chamber staff who've supported us as we run a little over time. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate is made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the member for Brisbane.
That the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
And I think the member for Brisbane is. The motion seconded.
I second the motion.
And I thank the member for Bowman. The question now before the Federation Chamber is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I'm sure the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday the 3rd of September 2025.